Imagine watching a tier list video for a mobile game that came out in 2015. But don't lie to me, you demon. I know you're not watching this video, you're listening to it. Fear not, for I'm here to fill the void. Let's talk about video game characters and their performance relative to each other and content the game throws at you. You can listen to me with the goal of criticizing my opinion in some ridiculous attempt to feel superior, or you may hope my opinion aligns with yours in order to justify said opinion. However, I'm doing this to hear myself talk, and for the 9 people listening who actually need advice on what low start level to fill the hole in their roster. Like my previous tier list videos, this is going to be aimed at challenge quest content, main story, boss fights, that kind of thing. I might mention if a unit is exceptionally good at farming, but it's not going to affect their placement on the list. Let's start this off with Charlotte. We're going to put her in C+ tier. The reason she's C+ instead of C is she does ultimately have a competent toolkit, but it doesn't actually make her that good practically. She's a pure damage dealing unit, and she's a 1-star, and you're going to see this theme throughout the 1-star tier list, that doesn't work very well. Damage dealers are very stat dependent. That's what they're there for. They're there to do a lot of damage. If your attack stat is really low, you're not going to do a lot of damage. And although her toolkit is solid, it's not exceptional. It would need to be extremely exceptional to compensate for the fact that she has really low stats, and hers just doesn't. She does have the basics of what you want out of a damage dealer, though. She has a hard survival skill to survive the enemy's NPs. She has a lingering evade for 3 turns, 2 hits. She does have a very rare niche for low stars, and that's she's got Pierce and Vulnerability. Her NP also removes evade from the enemy. So if they're an evade boss, she has 2 ways of getting around that. That's really good. She has a damage up ability, although it's very, very random. It either gives her NP up, art up, or crit up. Most of those are going to be good for her regardless of the circumstance, minus the crit up. They should really buff this skill to just give her all 3 of the abilities, and even then I would say she'd be very lackluster, but they really could have gotten away with that. Her toolkit is just like too honest for a 1-star. It needs to be much, much stronger. Even if you grail her, she still doesn't perform that well. She does the basics of what you want an assassin to do for boss killing, but almost every other option is better. If you like her, she does work well enough for a backup assassin. She is an art NP, and that is really favored in the current state of the game, in my opinion. Most people are summoning their friends Castor Artoria, and that's an art support, and Mozart's one of the better budget supports as well, so you could use your friends Castoria, your own Mozart with Charlotte, and get decent results. But you could do the same thing for 100 Faces on and get way better results. So I think C+, if anything, is generous for her. I've tested her a lot over the years, and she really does not perform that well ultimately. Alright, Mari Anning. She was not in the game the last time I made a tier list video. She's mostly aimed at support. She does have an AoE damage NP, but just like Charlotte, the numbers are really bad. The good thing about her NP, though, is it applies buff block to all enemies. That is hands down the best thing about this character. The rest of the toolkit is completely outclassed by other supports in the game. She has a 30-star bomb, but Mozart has a 50-star bomb, and that's really bad because Mari Anning is also aimed at art units. Now, you could use Mozart and Mari Anning together, but I don't find that to work very well. You're better off doing maybe Mash and Mozart or Hans and Mozart, that kind of thing. She has a niche for buffing female servants specifically. She gives them a 15% attack up and a 15% art up, but those are pretty pathetic numbers, honestly. She also has an AoE NP drain and a 10% team battery and NP gain up, which sounds okay on paper, but I mean, her competition is just a lot stronger than she is. The only good thing about her is the AoE buff block on her NP, but then you have to actually get her NP, and you're probably not going to want to sacrifice using art cards for her instead of one of your other units, or giving her K-scope opposed to one of your other units. So I find Fuma or Mephisto is much better for doing buff block, so there's no real reason to use her. I'm going to put her just under Charlotte because Charlotte has the Pierce and Vulnerability, which is a very rare ability for low stars and can see some usefulness because of that. I can't think of a single time I would ever use Mari Anning outside of just liking the character, or if you just need all budget art supports on the team to support one DPS and you don't have other options. Alright, Asterios. I think this placement is going to be a little bit controversial. I think a lot of people see him as one of the best low stars in the game, and that's because when he's good, he is so good. His NP is a very large attack and defense down for 1 turn, and then a smaller attack and defense down that happens at the same time, so you get both effects. but that smaller effect lasts for 5 turns, so you can stack it very well. You can't use his NP very often unless you're fighting a boss that has a really high hit count, especially an AoE attack. That way it always hits him. If the boss is not AoE, you can still get this to work somewhat by using taunts like Chen Gong or Kuretsugu to make them attack him, and you can get his NP at key times to really help the team out. And since they added the coin system and the new passives, you can now give Asterios the starting 20% NP passive, which if you combine that with a vanilla K-scope or a vanilla cope scope, he can NP immediately with no help from other units, so he can show up from the back row or do it on turn 1 in the front row. That's a really good option to have, and that actually gives him a lot more usability than he normally has. But I'm going to put him into B+, which may seem a little low for how effective he can be. The thing is, if it's not a boss fight, like the Veach boss fight when she was a beast, or Guadia, Gorgon, some of these boss fights. There's been a few others, though, most certainly. But if it's not one of those style of boss fights, he's not that useful. He's okay, but there's better options generally. I think B+ is perfect for him because I find B to be kind of, they're good enough. They kind of do what the basics of that the class needs to do, but they're not excelling. And then B+ is basically the same thing, but then sometimes they excel massively. And that is what Asterios is. Most of the time he's kind of whatever, but every once in a while he's one of the best units in the entire game, even compared to 5 stars. I think everyone should level him because he's so easy to level. He's very low investment on the mats and XP needed. You only really need to level his second skill, which is a defense up, which helps him get the ball rolling. You show up, you do the defense up, maybe use the Mystic Code survival skill to let him get his NP rolling. And then after that, he's safe. And even though he's a 1-star, the boss won't be doing any damage, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, I recommend everybody level him, but I don't think overall he's that impactful of a unit. Alright, Mozart has been buffed since the last time I made a tier list video. They buffed his second skill to have a 3-turn art resist down and a 3-turn critical chance down. This is actually a fantastic buff. I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way. Critical chance down as a debuff is one of the best options you can have for low stars. A lot of people overlook it, especially when they're looking at videos of whales just 3-turning challenge quests and things like that. Because when you're going that fast and you're using things that strong, the boss doesn't get to attack very often. And for the few turns you're fighting the boss, you can blow all of your hard survival abilities. But when you're doing low star stuff or you're a new player, especially when you're a new player, the boss is going to attack you many times. You're going to need way more than 3 turns of staying alive. And random crits from the boss is one of the main ways you actually die. You might have a team that's capable at stopping a lot of NPs from the opponent, but on those in-between turns, if you just explode, you lose. And one of the best ways to prevent that is defense up on your side and critical down. It's so helpful. And Mozart now having that just rounds out his already really good kit. Mozart is the perfect 1-star in my opinion because he compensates for the flaw of being a 1-star. He's the exact kind of unit you're okay with having really low HP. Because he's burst, he shows up, he gives you 50 stars, that's guaranteed crits for everyone that turn. He gives you a huge art up, it's 44%. He gives you the art resist down, so now you're looking at 64% art up. That's incredible. His debuffs will linger even if he dies, so he shows up, he contributes to a huge art turn. Art up is also perfect for him, because in that one turn you have the large art up, you can use that to NP and then get NP refund. If it was Buster up, I don't think it would be nearly as good. Art is also just really favored for low stars in my opinion. So Mozart is just the best 1-star out of all of them. I'm just going to say that now. He goes all the way up to S tier. I think everybody should level him, even if you're summoning your friends Castoria to help you out often. It's really good to have another support to work with them. And if you're using Castoria, that means you're using art units, and Mozart is the go-to art support for low stars. He gives you lots of burst support. If he dies and cycles into another unit, that's totally fine. You already got his value. Great 1-star. Sticking with supports, we'll go with Mata Hari. She's a general support in that most of her value comes from a bunch of defense downs. She has 40 to 60%. It's 40% if you just use her skills, 60% if you can use her NP. She also can take advantage of the 20% starting NP passive like Asterios to do her NP right away, which has definitely helped her. Her charm chance is really random, especially if you're fighting things with magic resist. You don't rely on that at all. That's not why you bring her. You bring her for the defense downs. Occasionally you might bring her for the skill seal, especially if you happen to be using a unit like Bazette. This might be kind of a random synergy, but a unit like Bazette wants to be attacked. So if you do skill seal, that guarantees the opponent will actually attack into them and activate Bazette's NP counterattack. It's also good for a unit that has taunt on them and a hard survival ability, because then you want the enemy hitting you as often as possible because you get more NP gain from being attacked, and you're not taking any damage there anyway, so you don't want the enemy to do skills to do more damage later, that kind of thing. So she has some niche utility like that, and there's a few low stars with skill seal, but she's probably the best one because the skill seal's a bonus, and then her baseline value is still there with the defense downs. They have also buffed her since the last tier list. She now has team-wide Stargent up and team-wide critical damage up. Very good numbers on these. This is a nice bonus. It doesn't sync up with what she really does, though. She kind of shows up, does defense down. She doesn't generate stars, even though she's a quick assassin. Her Stargent is pretty poor. She doesn't have a star bomb to go along with that, so the team has to have other ways of getting crits, which I find does limit that ability quite a lot, but it's a perfectly nice bonus to have on top of what she already has. But I have found through testing her that her new ability rarely would make me bring her where I would not have brought her before. And when I do bring her, I would have brought her anyway, regardless of the buff. But having the buff there to have her do even better, you're totally okay with. So she's a good unit, but I do find normally you're going to use Chen Gong, Mozart, Hans, Mash, or David instead, or even Asclepius. I think her most useful role is for quick units, because quick don't have a dedicated support like Mozart or Chen Gong for low stars, which is ridiculous, by the way, but she can fill the gap well enough. But I still find Hans, Mash, and David do that better, generally speaking. But sometimes you need to be cycling a support for a key damage turn, and you're okay with them really just helping a little bit and then being cycled out for something else. I have used her occasionally for that, and the skill seal can be useful from time to time. But I definitely don't think her usefulness is as good or as even often as Asterios, so I think B tier is the right place for her. Can be useful, but you're not really going to need it unless you like her, but she's good enough to not hold the team back. Jason, this is another typical 1-star moment where it's an okay toolkit, but it just doesn't work on a 1-star. His damage is horrible. He's an AoE art NP, which you would want to do for looping and that kind of thing, which he can do if you're working with Castoria and things like that, but the damage is just pathetic. Even if you grail him, it's not that good. They have buffed him since my last tier list, but it doesn't make much of a difference. The damage is still very subpar. It's you just have better options out there, even through Berserkers, generally speaking. And then his team support, he's got an attack up, he's got a targeted evade that gives himself a defense down. He can remove one debuff, not all debuffs. It's very lackluster. It's just very mid-core support and very mid-core damage, and you're generally going to want something that is either just a good support or a good damage dealer. I can't really think of any times he's ever been good for low-star content. A lot of people think he's good because there's a lot of videos of people buff stacking the hell out of him with a whole bunch of the best supports in the game, but you can do that for any unit in the game and get decent numbers out of him. There's nothing special about Jason. He's never needed from a free-to-play perspective. And having used him quite a lot for major boss fights, actually, I find his performance pretty consistently bad. The best thing about him is just the fact he's a very easily accessible saber to give you initial counterclassing against early bosses like maybe Hector and things like that. Aside from that, there just isn't a reason to use him. If he gets another buff that focuses on more support and he becomes a stronger support unit, I could definitely see him being more useful then, but as is, he's just not that good in either thing. And even when you get his Argo related third skill where he gives you extra buffs, I don't think it's enough to warrant bringing him over the other supports out there. He does give you NP gain up, crit up, Stargent up if they're Argo related, but there's not a lot of good synergies with Argo servants in him anyway, and those buffs are just not enough to compensate for how many problems he has. And he also dies incredibly quickly because he is a 1-star. I almost want to put him in C with Charlotte, but I do think his team support is at least good enough to warrant him being in B tier. There's not a lot of reason to use his team support opposed to someone else, but I do think that ultimately ends up being more helpful than Charlotte, because Charlotte is only there for the Pearson vulnerability ultimately, where you could use Jason to cycle in to do his targeted evade to save someone from an enemy NP. and you might actually need that. Pretty damn rare, but also I think his value for just killing Lancers for a new account, like Hector and that kind of thing, is worth something, not a lot, but I do think he's barely B tier. He does have some value. One of the 1-stars you might not actually have is Nobukatsu, as he is limited. Also a support, which is generally the best thing for a 1-star. However, his support is fairly limited and is well behind units like Mozart, Chen Gong, etc. If you're not Nobu specifically, he gives you Buster Resist down, he gives you stars per turn, and he has a taunt for himself, and he gives himself a large NP gain up from being attacked. So if he survives, which is actually quite hard considering he's a 1-star, but if he survives, it can easily result in him getting his NP. And then he'll give you a very small buster up and NP charge, and he will kill himself, which I find for him is not actually very good. This is another thing you'll see throughout the tier list for low stars. When you're doing high star stuff, whale stuff, really developed account stuff, units killing themselves can very much be worth it because it allows you to cycle into new buffers, and it's worth the loss of an entire unit. But for free-to-play, low-star, new players, that kind of thing, it's pretty much never worth it because you're essentially working now with 5 servants instead of 6, and whatever benefit you get from cycling a unit is not generally great enough to warrant that, and Nobukatsu especially is not enough to warrant that. He just doesn't give you a lot of buffs. If you are working with Nobu specifically, he does give you an extra 80% crit up, and the original 20% he would give you, so 100% for Nobu. He gives Nobu a star absorb, and he also gives her an extra buster up on his NP. Now that sounds okay, but even then you're really pushing it on value. If you are using Nobu specifically, though, I do think he can be useful in comparison to Chen Gong and Hans and that kind of thing. But then most Nobus aren't good enough that you'd really want to do that synergy unless you just enjoy it and want to do it for fun. I don't think a new player is going to get into the game. Maybe they bring back Nobukatsu, you happen to get him, and then you're going to seek out summoning a friend's Nobu Naga or something like that and try to actually beat a hard boss fight with that. I don't think that's actually practical, and I don't think anyone would even do that. That being said, the Buster Resist down and the Skill Seal, the stars per turn, it does offer some value, but it's fairly limited. I'm going to put him in C+ tier as well. The few abilities he has that are useful are something, but it's pretty lackluster. Even compared to Jason, I would say he is behind. I originally thought he was going to be better when he first released, and I looked at his toolkit. I thought the stars and the buster up and all that kind of stuff would be enough to give him some value, but when actually comparing him to Hans and Chen Gong, I just never find any use for this guy. And normally when I test him out, he sometimes works, but he's so far behind the other options, it's very noticeable. Although I think he should actually be lower than these two when I'm really thinking about it. Mari Anning's general support, especially with the buff block and that kind of thing, I think is more useful than what Nobukatsu does, and Charlotte with the Piercing Vulnerability. Bartholomew Roberts, or Black Bart, very similar to Mari Anning, although I have to say ultimately better. They both have Star Bomb, they both have 10% battery for the team. Black Bart was buffed with that recently. They both have a little bit of damage up for the team. He's got NP up and attack up, but only for 1 turn. However, I do think he's better than she is because he also has a team-wide 50% crit damage buff for 3 turns. That's rather good. He has a crit down for the enemies. That's also rather good. Those two things might not sound like a big deal, but I find they are in practical application, especially the crit down. And that's so much crit damage up that you can actually get some decent stuff out of it. He also gives himself Star Absorb down with that large crit up, so he enables your proper damage dealer to do really well. Some people see that ability as a negative because what if you want him to crit, but he's a 1-star, you're generally not going to want him to crit unless he's grailed. He also has a niche on his NP where he does a rather large amount of bonus damage to bronze enemies. That is mostly for farming. It doesn't come up too much in major boss fights. His NP also has defense down on it though, which can combine with his other damage up abilities for the team. So he's kind of like Jason and Mari Anning, where he's an AoE damage dealer but then has support on the side. But I think he comes out a bit ahead of those other units. His support is a bit better than theirs. Although I would really like to see them buff his 3rd skill. He's got a quick up for himself, but I'd like them to make that a quick up for the whole team. I think that would make him a way better support, and it would give us that budget quick support that we need. The 10% battery that he has doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a nice bonus on top of everything else that he has. And when you combine it with something like Chen Gong or even Mash, giving her targeted battery to someone, it can be enough to get an extra NP out there when you need it. However, he still does not perform as well as a support as the other staple supports out there, and he's not enough damage to warrant that difference, generally speaking. I have tested him quite a lot since his buff, and he does perform better than Jason and Mari Anning, but he still is fairly far behind a lot of the other staples out there. I think he's either high B or B+. I'm kind of been undecided about that. I think it's best, though, that I put him at top of B, because although he is performing noticeably better than Jason, it's not noticeable enough that I actually would want to bring Black Bart opposed to bringing Hans or some other unit like that. I think in one more buff, he could go up to mid B+, maybe high B+, and if it's a really good buff, maybe even to A. But right now, I think B is right, because he's got value, but you don't actually need to put him on the team very often, even as the freest free-to-play player there ever was. All right, Arash. This would be S or even S+ if it was for farming, but this is for challenge quest content and that kind of thing. And this one is a bit complicated. Much like with Nobukatsu, it's very rare you can actually afford on a lower end team, a newer account, that kind of thing. You can't generally afford a unit killing themselves, and as such, I have not found practical reasons to use them in main story boss fights or challenge quests too often. However, I do find everyone levels Arash. I've made many accounts to play through the game. Every single one of them is leveled Arash, and because he's already there, he does make a decent backup archer when I need it. And occasionally there is a challenge quest or a major boss fight that is very AoE based, and maybe it's against sabers and berserkers and that kind of thing, and Arash does get abnormal value. I have seen him be practical in boss fights, but not very often. Thankfully, he is easy to use if you do want to use him, because he has a lot of survivability with his large defense up, his large heal to compensate for being a 1-star. That buys him the time he needs to use his NP on whatever turn you're looking to use it on. And then, although he is a 1-star with those lower stats, he has a much higher NP multiplier than normal, so he still does reasonable damage, but it's not as high as I think some people might make it out to be. If he's not overcharged, it's just solid damage. It normally is not enough to warrant him actually killing himself, so you're just not going to use him that often, unless it's the perfect circumstance for cycling a unit, breaking maybe some bars with the AoE, that kind of thing. I still think he's worthy of a B+, though, because when he is good, even the 3-stars are actually going to struggle to keep up with the kind of value he can give you with him being able to do a surprising amount of AoE damage, cycling a unit, and also surviving up to the point where you want to use his ability. So I think B+ is fair, but definitely not as useful as Asterios. I do not think he comes up as often as that. But I do recommend everyone level Arash as a new player, because he's so good for farming. Even to this day, he is really good for farming. He's also very low investment. One bad thing for new players, though, is you have to do a lot of strengthening quests and get somewhat farther in the game to unlock the strengthening quests to really get Arash's full potential, which I really wish Lizangle would change that. I think old servants having to get so far into the game and have to do all those strengthening quests to keep up with the more modern low stars is just pointless and really obnoxious, to be honest. Paul Bunyan, she has also been buffed since the last tier list video. They buffed her NP damage, which is quite nice for farming. I don't think it has much practical impact on challenge quest and main story content. So her thing is buffing the team. She's got Buster up, crit up, not huge numbers, but all right, and then a defense down. All those things combined can be all right. She also can heal the entire team, only for 2,000. That's not enough to keep herself alive. She will evaporate and get one-shot very easily. And I actually find that's one of the biggest problems with her. You want her to show up, do team support, and then also do her NP. If she's only doing the team support, you have better options. And if she's only doing the NP, you have better options like Darius. But it's very difficult to keep her alive. If she shows up buffs, she's unlikely to NP turn 1. She has no battery or NP gain to speak of. And if the team needs to sacrifice, like maybe using a taunt wall like St. George or Leonidas to protect her to buy her time to get her NP, the NP is not strong enough to be worth that protection. You should have protected something else. And if you've got like Waver or something like that on the team, it's the same problem. You should have given that battery to someone else instead of her. It's not worth it. She does have a heal down ability that you put on the enemy. Not really been any boss fights that's been relevant. But as of right now, with the content the way it is, I see no reason to use her at all. There are just way better options. But her toolkit is okay. It's not complete garbage. I think she'll get at least a C+. I'd say she's around Charlotte's level of usefulness, maybe actually a little bit greater, just because Berserkers are useful for fighting things like Avengers and Rulers for a lot of typical accounts that aren't going to have good counter classes for them, and that kind of thing. And the team support is all right, and I think team support ultimately is more useful on 1-stars than damage is, because 1-stars just don't do a lot of damage. So I think that does give her a slight edge over Charlotte. Spartacus, he is completely focused on himself. He doesn't do any team support. He's extremely good for farming. With his 30% battery, you get 20% from the passive. That's 50%. That's the magic number with a 50% starting NP CE. However, his damage is also fairly low because he's a 1-star. He does have an upgraded NP. He does have a buster up ability, but the end result is still fairly lackluster. But he is a Berserker, so you get the 1.5 effectiveness against most classes. He has a massive amount of healing, but that rarely is relevant. Again, because he's a 1-star, it's easy for him to get one shot. If you do grail him, though, he has so much healing. He has healing on his buster up, he has a heal per turn, and a heal on his NP. So when grail, that can actually buy him a few turns. It can be noticeable. He's mostly useful because of the battery. Where Bunyan would show up and have a hard time actually getting her NP off, Spartacus can show up and just get his NP off. And he also has armor ignore on that NP, and that has actually been useful for several challenge quests I can remember. Some challenge quests are AoE based against multiple classes, so Berserkers are good, and the damage called of you is low enough that Spartacus can still be useful. That being said, I do think he is an overrated 1-star. A lot of people see him as like the staple bronze DPS that you see in a lot of bronze clears, but if you pay attention to a lot of those clears, they are having to rely on very good RNG and extremely rare and powerful craft essences to compensate for bronzes ultimately being a bit lackluster. And that kind of shows why they're not the best units, because they need that extra help in order to perform well enough. And I have found Spartacus is not enough damage most of the time when you need AoE damage. But sometimes he is. The battery allows him to do his job really easily. And unlike Paul Bunyan, he has guts to prevent himself from being one-shot. Those things really put him ahead of her. And those things are better than the team support she gives, I would say, 90% of the time. So I think B+ is pretty good for him. I think he's around Arash. I don't think there's a real distinction between these two. I don't think he's as useful as Asterios more times than not. However, like Arash, everyone should level Spartacus. He's very low investment, very good for farming. One of the best things you can do to get an account going is just have an Arash and Spartacus get their upgrade quests completed, and that can be your backbone of farming for a really long time, but not as good as I think some people make him out to be. All right, the Regend himself, Kojiro. So he's incredibly comparable to Charlotte in that he is a 1-star pure damage dealer. He's quick instead of art. However, he is better than Charlotte at everything other than maybe being art, so he could work with Castoria. But he also has an upgraded NP, he has sure hit, he does not have Pierce and Vulnerability. However, he has a debuff clear for himself on a 4-turn cooldown, removes all debuffs. He also gives himself a 20% quick resist down that he applies to the enemy when he hits them with a quick card. He gives himself quick up for 3 turns before damage on his NP. He also has an evade skill, a crit skill, a 3-turn sure hit. This all comes together with him doing quite a lot more damage than Charlotte. He also makes a lot of stars where Charlotte does not. He has a star bomb on his debuff clear skill, which again is a short cooldown, and he also has a star bomb on his NP. So he can show up, crit, get NP gain off those crits, or let someone else crit. He can then NP, do damage, and then make more stars, then crit again after that, and just keep that series going. It's very useful. He's also got a crit damage up ability. However, he is still a 1-star. His toolkit, I would say, is better than almost all damage dealers for 1 to 3 stars for doing pure damage, not necessarily survivability and that kind of thing. but he has an absolutely incredible toolkit. However, it just speaks to how bad 1-stars are as damage dealers that Kojiro is still just all right. With that amazing skill set, amazing NP, he is still just all right. Generally, you are better off with the other budget assassins out there, like 100 Face. Actually, I think you're always better off with 100 Face. But Kojiro, for the 1-stars, is the best backup assassin option out there, hands down. They clearly like him because they have buffed him so much. He scales much better with Grails than Charlotte does because his toolkit is so good. I find if Charlotte is maxed out or just level 100, her performance is still fairly lackluster. She's still struggling to keep up with 4-stars, I find, but she's around a 4-star. Where Kojiro, when grailed up to 100, generally will outperform level 80 4-stars quite easily, actually, and I would say he's pretty comparable to a 90 4-star, if not even a 100 4-star. So he does scale very nicely, but on his own, although he is a good backup assassin, there's generally better options with the 3-stars especially. But honestly, I think he deserves B+, mainly because of the star bomb stuff. He can actually be a support with that. He can show up, star bomb a bunch. If you need him to live to get the star bombs later, you can use the evade. If you need him to die to cycle him, you can just not use the evade. He does have an okay amount of damage. So as a backup damage dealer with a side of star bomb, I think that is actually useful. I have found him reasonable enough in a lot of boss fights. But he's barely B+. I really do want to make that distinction. I do think him being a 1-star is very noticeable. You will feel it that his attack and health stat are very low. Alright, well that is all of the 1-stars. As you can see, they're mostly middle of the road. There's not a lot of reasons to use them outside of farming, except for Mozart. Mozart is an absolute staple of new accounts, free-to-play accounts, that kind of thing. And the real reason is there's enough 3-stars out there to pretty much do everything that 1-stars can do, but they have higher stats. So why use the 1-stars? That is a real problem. I guess Asterios is a 1-star, though, that does also have real reasons to be used, where there's no 3-star that does what he does at all. There's actually really no unit in the entire game that does what he does. But for the most part, 1-stars are the easiest to pass over. Even for a new player, they're not that necessary. Alright, I'm going to talk about Leonidas and St. George at the same time, although I'll give each of them their moment to be focused on. They're both taunt walls. Leonidas has a 1-turn taunt, and then he can go into his NP for another 3 turns, and he could potentially NP again when it's over and have indefinite taunt. He gives himself defense up with his NP, so he can be very tanky, especially when he's working with Mash or Hans, something like that. Whereas St. George is easier to use out of the box. You just click the button. His first skill is just straight up 3-turn taunt, big defense up. Very good on demand. On like turn 1, you need to go, get the taunt set up with proper defense immediately. Where if you don't have super scope or battery from teammates, Leonidas is normally going to have at least 1 turn where he doesn't have his own defense up, and that can leave him vulnerable. However, Leonidas has damage support for the team while he's tanking, and in the right context, he can be tankier than George. He can also be less tanky depending on what you're able to do with the team and the hit counts of the enemies and those kinds of things. But Leonidas can give the team a 3-turn buster up. He also has been buffed since the last tier list. When his guts procs, or any guts on him procs, he can give a attack up to the team, which is 20% for 3 turns. So those two things combined is a decent amount of damage, and when Leonidas NPs, he makes a star bomb, which is really good, especially considering in some fights you're able to NP rapidly on Leonidas and just consistently be throwing out stars. It's very good. However, there is a drawback in that Leonidas will eat one of your 3 cards per turn to keep his taunt up, where George doesn't do that. George, you can just ignore all of his cards in his NP if the situation calls for that and still get a reliable taunt wall. Also, they both have guts, but George is just guts. He doesn't have any kind of support for the team outside of applying the dragon trait. And if you do have Siegfried, this is no meme, and I have tested this many times. If you have Siegfried and you use your own George, and then you're using your friend support to maybe summon a Waver or a Merlin or a Veach or something, the effectiveness of that is extremely high. However, you may not have Siegfried or Sigurd or any of those things, so the anti-dragon thing is just a bonus. But the good news is, even without the anti-dragon thing, he is still one of the best tanks I have tested these two against each other more than any other units for this updated tier list. It's taken me a really long time, and ultimately what I found is they're basically tied. George is more user-friendly and that he's not as reliant on specific type of craft essences. If you just happen to not have the good craft essences for Leonidas, George is a better option. He's also just straight up easier to play. Leonidas is still new player friendly if you're good at the game, or if you happen to get some of the craft essences that are good for Leonidas early, like Sakurascope, Elioscope, K-Scope, Star Bomb craft essences from events, those kinds of things. He definitely scales better. So I think with the new content that's been coming down the pipes, I have found Leonidas has been starting to pull ahead of George a bit. I've been kind of surprised by that because back in the day, I think George was always the better one. But I do think Leonidas is starting to be a bit better. However, the user-friendliness and flexibility of George is a real positive, and it is very useful. So ultimately, I rate them about the same. There's pros and cons to both. They're both doing a role that you absolutely want. I don't think any account should go without having a good taunt wall. If you happen to have Percival, then you don't necessarily need to level one of these two, but if you don't have that, I think even if you're a whale, you should level one of these two units. George is the easier one, but Leonidas definitely peaks better, especially for Buster teams. But in terms of which one's better with the left and right thing on the tier list, it doesn't even matter. I think they're just tied. It's irrelevant. So I don't see any distinction there. And that I've come to that after testing them a ridiculous amount. But the reason why I think they're A tier and not A plus is, although they are staples, because you need a taunt very often, I would say, there's also plenty of times you don't need a taunt. So they're not as frequently used. It's not like, oh, I'm fighting a caster, I'm absolutely bringing George, or I'm fighting an archer, I'm absolutely bringing Leonidas. It's more of, do I need a taunt? And sometimes it's yes, and sometimes it's no. So they're great, but they're not the most useful things. All right, to stay on theme with units that have taunt, let's talk about Benkei, which you might think is going into this tier, but he's actually not. He's going D+. Easily one of the worst units in the game. People will oftentimes try to defend him and say, oh, his utility is something. Do the math. It's just not enough to bring him, because not only is he lacking in many areas, and we'll get into the specifics in a moment, he is also preventing you from bringing another better unit. The best thing about Benkei is he does have a taunt that comes with a 50% defense up, so he can easily survive that one turn, but it's only a one-turn taunt, it's a fairly long cooldown, and also him surviving because of the defense up, I find more times than not is a bad thing, because he is so bad. His NP has been buffed, and it does have a really nice utility on it. It now removes all buffs from all enemies. If he ever gets a battery skill, this is actually going to make him very good. The whole problem is on more free-to-play friendly setups, the effort you have to put in to getting Benkei's NP is not worth the trade-off, even if you need the buff removal, because he doesn't have a battery, he doesn't have particularly good NP gain, and then you still have the drawback of having Benkei on the team. Generally, if you need buff removal, it's better to use Alex or Medea, even though they're single target, because they can just do their buff removal without taking a big negative on the team. You're not having to protect them or give them the battery or any of those kinds of things. But if they do give Benkei a battery skill in the future, he's actually going to go up several tiers, I would say. Now, let's get into the specifics of why he's so bad. His NP does no damage. He doesn't really have enough going for him for that to be okay. His NP has an 80% chance to stun all enemies. Can be good, but it is a bit random. He has the buff removal, as we talked about. And then he applies Curse, which is practically useless. And then he has a skill seal on one skill, and he has an NP seal on the other skill. The NP seal is not guaranteed, and it can fail even at max rank, and it has no other effect on it, which is just completely ridiculous, the fact that that's all it does, and it can fail, and it has a long cooldown. And skill seal is just not that good of ability. In very specific circumstances, it can be all right, but generally speaking, skill seal I would actually say is bad, because it will make the enemy attack more and the enemy is now more likely to murder you. Unless their skills are extra dangerous, you would rather they cast a skill instead of attacking. Now, there are exceptions to that. There are some boss fights that skill seal actually ends up being very key, and to Benkei's credit, he does at least have the ability to not use the skill seal, where units like David, for example, if the NP have to do the skill seal, which can be very negative. So these small benefits to Benkei is why he's D plus and not absolute death. You can get value out of the taunt and you can get value out of the buff removal, but it's basically never optimal to do so. There are better options. He does absolutely no damage. And although that utility is kind of handy, the rest of the utility is generally worthless. So he's mostly a dead slot. And I can't think of a single boss fight that he's ever made any sense to bring outside of disliking him or memeing or any of those kinds of things, which is why he is so incredibly low on this tier list. And honestly, I thought he'd actually go up a bit, and I thought about putting him in C, but when I really sat down and tested him out at level 65, his default, he just did so badly all of the time, and there was just no purpose for him. Even fights where I was like, oh, the buff clear is going to be good. It really wasn't. So yeah, D+, and if anything, that's being generous. You are just not going to use this unit unless you like him. Oh, and one last thing. The very rare circumstance you might truly need his buff removal, a normal player would generally have access to summoning a friend support that could do that better than him. And anytime you might see him used in a video or something, it's just self-imposed restrictions. That doesn't actually make the unit good because he's the only option available. Phantom of the Opera, another notoriously bad servant who also has been buffed to have buff removal, but on his skill instead of his NP, which ultimately I think is much better than Benkei. Even though he only removes buffs from one target, he can just show up and do it. You don't need to use battery. You don't have to give him a good craft essence. Ultimately, that makes it better. However, Alexander and Medea still are generally better at removing buffs than Phantom is. Phantom doesn't do a lot of damage. His other skills are very weak. He does have something unique on his NP where he puts debuff success chance up on the target, so your other units and Phantom will have higher chances of landing their debuffs by a large amount, and it lasts 6 turns, which I think is the longest lasting debuff in the game. It's actually a good effect. If you could put it on a better unit, it would be awesome, but he's not, that effect alone is not worth bringing him. So you basically have that and the buff removal, and then everything else is terrible. He has a stars per turn skill, which is alright, but it puts a defense down on himself, and it's not that many stars per turn. His natural star generation is really bad. Now he's stinking up your deck with low damage cards that don't do a lot. His third skill gives himself debuff success chance up, so he's very likely to land the debuff on his NP, and he's very likely to land the charm. He easily can pull off what he's there to do. Similar to Benkei, though, he's just not worth the slot. There's something else you could have brought that will do more, even if they don't have the utility Phantom does. However, I do think he is better than Benkei. His NP does some damage, the stars are nice, the buff removal on the skill instead of the NP is ultimately a lot more user-friendly. His debuff on his NP is kind of handy. That being said, damage is still terrible, better options for the utility. So I think he's still a pretty weak unit, but I do think he is better than Benkei, and he does get a C rank. But this is not a unit I would recommend anyone leveling under really any circumstance unless you're really desperate for a buff removal unit and you don't like Alexander and you don't like Medea. Other than that, he doesn't have much purpose. Paris, a fairly good 2-star to be honest, in the shadow of Robin Hood, but he is, and the reason they get compared all the time is because they are very similar and they do serve very similar functions. However, he is quick where Robin Hood is art. However, from a budget standpoint, that's not a good thing because there is no quick budget support where there is lots of support for art, and also finding a Castoria is very easy. So their damage type difference actually favors Robin Hood, I would say, quite a bit. Robin Hood also generally survives longer because he's got higher stats because he's a 3-star. He has a full 1-turn evade, where Paris just has a 1-turn, 1-hit evade. However, that is good enough for him to block an enemy NP with it, which is what it's mostly there for. And Paris has a 20% defense up for 3 turns and a 2000 heal on his battery. Now, there are several problems with Paris's toolkit that aren't always apparent when you first look at it, but when you sit down and play him, it comes up a lot. So a lot of times Paris might show up, and because he's a 2-star and he's very bursty, you want him to get his value off immediately. The whole strategy might revolve around that, so you want him to battery right away to NP. However, if you do that right away, you're whiffing the heal, you haven't taken damage yet, so some of that survivability is gone. You have a similar problem with his first skill. His first skill is his evade. However, like Robin needs poison, Paris needs to remove an enemy's buff in order to mark them to actually get the bonus damage on his NP. And when you have the right time to NP and remove their buffs to mark them, it's not necessarily the right time to put up Paris's only one-hit evade. So it's really only good for blocking an NP. If the enemy's not NPing right now, it doesn't work out very well. However, there are some bonuses to Paris. He's got Pierce and Vulnerability on his NP every time he uses it. That's super good because there's so little Pierce and Vulnerability for low stars. He also has a crit down on his first skill. It's only for one turn, but crit down is never bad. And the buff removal is nice, even if it ends up not working out with the NP. You're not complaining that you removed the enemy's buffs. He's also got a really large attack up on his second skill that offsets the fact that he's a 2-star nicely. Here's the real problem though. Paris is very bursty. He shows up, does one really big NP, but that attack buff only lasts one turn, and he doesn't actually get a second NP that quickly because his battery's gone, and that's that. Where Robin Hood can consistently do good damage like Paris does, and he just keeps doing it. Robin's got NP gain for 3 turns instead of a battery, and he's art, so it's already easier for him to loop. He's got good supports that help him loop. Robin also has a star bomb, so Robin can NP and very easily NP again within the next turn or the turn after, where Paris is not nearly as good at doing that. However, Paris does absolutely have uses because of the buff removal, because of the crit down, because of the Pierce and Vulnerability. He is a totally solid unit, scales perfectly well with Grails. However, there are clear problems with him being a 2-star, having more wonkery in his toolkit, and it is absolutely wonkery, and there are absolutely boss fights where it will completely screw him over. But there's times that it all will sync up perfectly for you, and there's no problem. So I think it's fair to make him a B+. Very good, perfectly strong 2-star. If you couldn't use 3 stars, he would actually be a huge staple. However, we do have 3 stars available, and it makes him somewhat redundant, but there's no denying that he has value in his kit. The buff removal is nice. Also, you can use him and Robin Hood sometimes. You don't always need to have quick supports on the team to make a quick DPS viable. Actually, quite the contrary for a lot of the low stars. So, a perfectly good unit. Let's talk about Chen Gong, one of the absolute staples of low stars, has lots of usability for whale accounts, free-to-play accounts, new players, old players. Fantastic unit, I'll just say it right now. He is absolutely S tier. In many ways, I think he's the best budget support. It does depend though, and let's get into it. He is mostly for buster units, as he has a massive 50% buster up. He also will give berserkers specifically a 100% crit damage up. These are very good abilities, but even if you're not working with a buster unit or you're not working with a berserker, he still offers you a lot of straightforward value. He gives you a team-wide defense up for 3 turns, a team-wide damage cut for 3 turns, a 10% battery for everyone, crit down for 3 turns, and a targeted taunt, which is a fantastic ability. It is probably his best ability for normal accounts. It's easily overlooked, but once he's used up his own usefulness, he can taunt himself to face tank an enemy's NP or just cycle out into another unit. Or if you still need Chen Gong, you can taunt the Mash, for example, and have her survive or die if you need to cycle her if she's used up her usefulness. Or you can even switch out the DPS if maybe you're fighting multiple enemy classes and now your class doesn't sync up and you want a new DPS to come in. Very flexible option. It can be used in the typical way a taunt is normally used, or it can be used, for example, on 100 face and she will survive no matter what, but you want the enemy to attack her so she gets NP gain. Well, you can taunt her. There you go. There's many units that kind of synergy works with. Top of that, his NP is optional, where if he doesn't use it, he's still perfectly fine. He's still offering the team a lot of upfront standard value, where if you need to cycle a unit for one reason or another, you can use his NP to do that. Now, I have found when you're doing more free-to-play friendly setups, new player setups, those kinds of things, you almost never use his NP. It is okay damage. It's very similar to Arash, where it has a much higher multiplier than normal, but it's still coming from a 2-star, so it's not that much damage, and generally losing a unit if you're not wanting to cycle them is not worth it, and especially for low stars. And this is a real difference between low stars and high stars. Each high star has such impactful skills generally that when one of them has used their skills up and you cycle them out for another one, the new one coming in is being incredibly impactful. That's not always the case with low stars. It can be the case, but it can also be the case that losing a unit and making your team 5 units instead of 6 units end up ends up being a bigger value hit than a gain. And I find it very rare that I ever use Chen Gong's NP when doing challenge quests and that kind of thing. And it's true when I watch other low star players using Chen Gong, you don't actually use it very often, but it's still a good option to have. And what's so good about Chen Gong is if you're not going to use the NP, it's really no harm done. The rest of his toolkit is so good. And then if you are using a Berserker and or you're using a Buster unit, you're getting even more value out of him. So super flexible support. Everyone should level him. It doesn't matter if you're new, old, free to play or not. I think his overall utility and just upfront value is fantastic. Even if you are summoning your friend's Waver or Merlin or Castoria, having your own support that you can back them up with, especially one as flexible as him with the targeted taunt, is always worth having. I would even say he's a bit more useful than Mozart these days. Especially because of the defense up and the damage cut. I think his general usability is about as high as it can be for a low star. All right, now for the unit that Chen Gong has mostly replaced, Shakespeare. Shakespeare has a 20% battery for a single unit, where Chen Gong has 10% for everybody. Chen Gong has a 50% buster up for one unit, where Shakespeare has a 40% buster up for all units. They're both only one-turn buster ups. The issue with the AoE aspect of Shakespeare is you don't need it. You rarely are going to need multiple units getting the buster up at once. Occasionally you will, but generally you'd rather just have the bigger number. Most budget teams, if they have more than one DPS, the DPS is spread out. So when one dies, another one comes in. They're not normally out at the exact same time. So the AoE just, I can't even think of a time that it's mattered. However, there are some benefits to Shakespeare. For example, his second skill is an invulnerability, and it's very optional. You can just never cast it if you want Shakespeare to do his burst support, die, and be cycled out, or if you need to wait a bit to use his abilities where you want it, you can use it to keep him in the fight a while, survive an enemy NP if needed, those kinds of things. Also, Shakespeare's NP is actually somewhat useful. It's an AoE stun that also does damage. The stun is not guaranteed, however, if you want it to be reliable, you need to overcharge him, either with craft essence like Demonic or through other units NPing. More times than not, you're not going to have him stun, but there have been a few fights where his stun is easy to overcharge and it actually is very, very impactful, so it's a decent thing to have in his toolkit. That being said, he is very much outclassed by Chen Gong in almost every way. The only times you really use Shakespeare, in my experience, are if you need the survivability that he has and you need some buster support, or the 20% battery is the magic number. And then the real reason you use Shakespeare is because Chen Gong's not enough support and you need another backup buster support, so you're just bringing all of them. All right, let's just get all the supports out of the way. Let's talk about Hans, the most famous free-to-play support, and I would say rightfully so. He offers pretty universal value in many situations. If you're new to the game, the one skill of his I would highly recommend you level immediately is his third skill. Getting that to 10 is very high impact, because at rank 10 gives you 10% battery every turn for 3 turns, and it makes 15 stars for 3 turns as well. This is just a very useful ability. If Hans dies and he applied it to a different unit, they'll keep getting the benefit of it. It's just a lot of battery, it's a lot of stars for critting. There's a team-wide crit buff to go along with that. He also has a very large battery for himself, so he can get his own NP very, very quickly, or he can get his NP the normal way, then use the battery to get another one. The nice thing about Hans is his third skill is the only one you really need to rank up that much. His second skill, which is the battery, you only really need to rank up to 4 to 6 in order to reliably NP immediately with it if need be. And then his NP is just a great complement to a lot of the other budget supports out there. It's a heal. A lot of the other low star supports are very damage mitigation focused. Mash is very defense up, taunt, and targeted invulnerability. She doesn't do any healing. Same for Chen Gong, and these are units used very frequently, where Hans can apply a defense buff on his NP, although it's an 80% chance for it to apply, but he will always apply the heal to everybody. So when you're combining his healing with another unit's damage mitigation, it just equals out you living a really long time. And as a bonus, he'll throw in Stargin for sometimes and the attack up sometimes, and this gives him some offensive and defensive utility. His synergy with Mash is honestly ridiculous. There are so many challenge quests, tough challenge quests, that you can defeat by bringing Mash, the most applicable low star DPS, and Hans. It is an extremely tried and true setup. Hans is, I think, a must level for most accounts. Now, you can definitely graduate to the point where you don't need him anymore once an account is fairly developed, because he can be replaced with other bigger supports out there. But for a long time, you're probably going to be getting strong supports from the friends list, which you don't always have access to. There are many hard boss fights that you can't summon a friend unit, and sometimes the strong support from your friend unit is not enough on its own to carry the team, and you want to have backup supports to work with them. Hans is one of the better options to have. As I said earlier, I just think everyone should level him just in case, and he's fairly low investment. His real competition, though, on this tier list is Chen Gong, where Chen Gong has a lot of universal value with his taunt and his defense up and his team-wide battery, and as a bonus buster stuff, where Hans is more universal with his attack up and crit buff and Stargen and those kinds of things, but he doesn't have the on-demand defense up and the taunt. That being said, I have found them fairly equal, and if not, I use Hans maybe slightly more than Chen Gong, especially because of his synergy with MASH. However, Chen Gong and MASH is also a good setup. But I've gone back and forth on this for a while. I've been thinking about it almost as much as Leonidas and George, but I do think Hans is slightly more useful than Chen Gong these days, just because of his synergy with MASH and how he's not any card color specifically. But it's very, very, very close, so much so that I find every new account that I play through the game with, I end up leveling both of them, and I never regret it, and I use both of them very, very frequently. So yeah, Hans is S tier. And even after all these years and the newer, harder content we have now, he has not fallen off at all. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we have Angra. I absolutely hate talking about Angra. I have had to record this section multiple times because he's really complicated and convoluted, and ultimately he's not very good. So I'm gonna just try to lay it out what he does and then explain why it's not very good. So he has some utility with an NP drain, an attack down, an NP drain, those kinds of things. None of those are impactful enough that you're going to bring him for those specifically, and there's other units that can do those kinds of things. He is unique in that he is an Avenger. There is no other FP summon Avenger, and that can occasionally be useful. He is so rare that by the time you actually get him, you probably don't need him anymore. If you happen to get him on your first day of an account, he does have some usefulness at that point. Although his pull rate is much lower than a 5-star, you get so many more FP summons than you get regular Gasha summons that you are pretty much destined to get Angra eventually. Could easily take a year or more depending on your luck. Now, his main gimmick is his NP that does no damage and stuns himself, and then next turn, depending on how much HP he has lost, he will multiply that missing HP and do it as true damage to the enemy. It's AoE damage as well. Now, true damage is very good. It ignores invulnerability, evade, damage cut, defense up, any of those mechanics, even damage resist. It's one of the only ways to get around a damage resist gimmick on a boss. The problem is it's just incredibly low damage, and it's a lot of work because you can have Angra NP have nothing attack him, and he has no missing HP now, and he does no damage to the enemy. Also, the multiplier is not that great. It is only decent when he's NP 5, which is probably going to take you 3 years to accomplish. At that point, you really don't need it anymore. I find on average, Angra's NP does about 5,000 damage, which is absolutely nothing. And in the best circumstances, when you get everything to line up perfectly, it does around 50 to 60,000 damage, and that is a miracle for that to happen. Generally, there just aren't boss fights that have gimmicks that you need that kind of true damage for to be worth the amount of effort it takes to pull it off. The best thing about Angra is honestly being an Avenger beat stick to just normal card down a ruler. And he does have a buff when you get him to bond 10, which is even more work to do after pulling him. But it does give him a ridiculously large quick up and a guts skill. He already had the quick up before the buff, but he would kill himself after a few turns. But now if he has guts, he will survive, and also him having guts makes it easier for him to face tank an enemy's AoE Noble Phantasm to trigger his own Noble Phantasm, and I specify AoE because God help you if you try to get Angra's NP off in any kind of way if the enemy is not doing an AoE NP. That's the one way you can guarantee that he will be missing a bunch of HP after using his own. This is such a mouthful. I don't really want to talk about this anymore. The end result is he doesn't do nearly enough damage to warrant all of the effort that you have to put in to set him up. Generally, if you need to kill a ruler and you don't have an Avenger, use a Berserker, you heathen. And if for whatever reason you can't protect a Berserker, then get another Berserker. There's no actual reason to use him outside of liking him, as I have said for many of these units. Maybe he gets another buff down the road. He is a lot of work for very little payoff. I will give him a C+ though, just because he is an Avenger, and if you do happen to get him early on, he is going to be more useful than Benkei and Phantom of the Opera, by a decent amount, to be honest. And it's nice to have the Avenger class in case there's an event gimmick or something like that, but that is a very minor benefit. I am going to move on now. Now, speaking of somewhat irrelevant units, let's talk about Sanson. One of my personal favorite units. I really wish he would get an animation update already. Unfortunately, he has some of the worst gameplay I've ever seen, and it makes me incredibly mad that they have in future made units very similar to him that are much better and even have the same lore justification for the abilities that he has, but also just better, and they don't retroactively fix him. So he has anti-human damage on his third skill, not humanoid, which almost all enemies are humanoid, not actually human, including servants. And then he has anti-evil damage on his first skill, and these abilities do nothing other than that. He then has a targetable heal and debuff clear, which is the only good thing about the unit and is the only reason he is going to be in the same tier as Angra, because occasionally you are desperate for debuff clear. Now, there are better options generally speaking, and if you have to go down the list and you end up using Sanson, I feel sorry for you, but it is there and it does do something of value. He also has an okay NP. It is upgraded. It does a decent defense down that lasts for 3 turns, but he does have an incredibly low attack stat even for a 2-star. It's actually a lower attack stat than most of the 1-stars. And his star generation is terrible, even though he has a triple quick deck, which leads you to be trying to avoid his quick cards because they have so little NP gain, so little star gen, and so little damage. But because they're almost his entire deck, you just find yourself wishing Sanson wasn't on the team. Even if they buffed his third skill to be anti-humanoid instead of human, he would still have damage unless they're also evil, which now we're starting to get niches on top of niches, which is generally not a good idea. He has no hard survival. He does not get his NP easily. When he does do it, it doesn't do that much damage. He is basically there for the heal and debuff clear. And I do want to point out there are a few riders that are evil, like Maeve, for example, but you're generally still doing less damage than 100 Face Hassan, so there's not much incentive to use them for that. And if you do fight some of the trash mobs that are human instead of humanoid, they're not tough enough for you to need his bonus damage. Also, even with his bonus damage, he's not actually doing that much damage. So I have never found a single stage in the entirety of Fate Grand Order that makes any sense to use Sanson on, and believe me, I have tried. But he, again, is C+ because the second skill is good, and I think just that alone is actually more useful than what Angra does, and it will come up more often than Angra does. But just like I said with Angra, you are probably never going to use Sanson, and you are probably never going to need to use Sanson, and I am going to go cry now. Curse Arm Hassan, who used to be a real staple of budget assassins, I would say, and he's still relatively good. He does have a few problems, though. Actually, I would say he has 100 problems in the form of 100 Face Hassan, which is just way better than he is, and this comes up a lot on this list. But anyway, Curse Arm does have a skill similar to Ku's Protection from Arrows, where he has Protection from the Wind, which is a 3-hit evade, which lasts forever, so you can cast it preemptively, and even behind taunt walls and all that, and then by the time it wears off, you're very close to being able to cast it again, or able to cast it again. And this is very good for him because it means he doesn't need to be babysat by the rest of the team. A lot of low stars will actually die before they get their true value off, unless they have the help of support like MASH or a taunt wall, etc., etc. And sometimes they're going to use those units anyway. However, sometimes you might want to bring different units. And it's nice that Hassan can take care of himself long enough to do his job, that it frees up the rest of the team to be whatever you need it to be. However, he is a 2-star, and he does not have any natural damage up for his Noble Phantasm, so it doesn't do that much damage, even though it is upgraded. And it is certainly less damage than some of the alternatives out there these days. His NP does have a benefit, though. He was buffed since the last tier list. If he procs insta-death, he will give himself a 50% battery and a 20% attack up for 3 turns. This is ridiculously good. However, in challenging content, you're not going to be proccing insta-death really ever. There's some very gimmicky boss fights and stages here and there where you can, and in that case, he can be decent. But that's a very narrow niche, and that's not really why you're going to bring him. You're mostly going to bring him to do generic damage to enemy riders, make some stars while he's at it, and survive without needing help of teammates. He has a star bomb that actually procs the next turn as well, which is rather good. He has a crit up skill, which will help him do a little bit of normal card damage while he's there. He is a good star generator on his own. He's much better than Sanson and Phantom of the Opera at that. It's a very, very noticeable difference. He's mainly just outclassed by other assassins. That really is the issue. He also, even though he might seem like the tankiest assassin for the low stars, 100 Face is tankier because her evade is a lower cooldown, and she also has a heal that will buy her time to get the evade again, and vice versa. And Ku has the same thing with his guts, where Curse Arm doesn't have anything in his toolkit to buy him more time to get his evade back, and for the evade to buy time for another skill to come back. And so his survivability is noticeably lower, but he is still more useful than a lot of these units that we were just talking about. I would say B+, a bit better than Shakespeare. I would say he's definitely weaker than Paris. I think Paris's damage is rather good, and Paris is a great backup archer because of his buff removal. It's hard for Paris to be your account's main archer, especially if not grailed, but Curse Arm is definitely not going to be your main assassin if he's not grailed, and even if he is, I don't think he'd perform quite as well as Paris. And when it comes down to it, it's just 100 Face is much better than Curse Arm, but he is still a perfectly serviceable assassin. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention, he is a quick NP, where 100 Face is art, and as we've discussed many times, there's lots of budget art support out there. There is really none for quick, and that is a problem. He is self-sufficient enough, though, that's not too big of a deal, but it's just one of the many things that puts things in 100 Face's favor. All right, Eric Bloodaxe. An honestly really unique unit because he has a surprising amount of team support with his 2-turn debuffs. That's a very large attack down and defense down, while also being a rather typical AoE berserker. He has a guts to prevent himself from being one-shot, which is nice. He does okay damage when he NPs with his defense down, but he has a lot of competition with Spartacus and then especially Darius. Darius is very similar to him, and Darius is much better aside from the team support that Bloodaxe gives. The problem I find with Bloodaxe is you need it to be a very specific circumstance. If you just need an AoE berserker, you're generally better off with Darius, and if you need support, you're generally better off with a proper dedicated support, even Madohari. So you need a circumstance where you need some team support, and then you also need AoE damage, but not a lot of it, because he won't do a lot of it, generally speaking. So there's not a lot to say. I mean, he's a very straightforward unit. He can clear debuffs on himself, and that's nice because Spartacus can't do that, but Darius also can. So again, being outclassed by Darius, that would be his one big niche, because there are some boss fights that are all about debuffs, and if it happens to be AoE and you could use the support, then he'd be really good. But because Darius exists, you're not going to really ever use this guy. He might get buffed in the future, I would hope so, but as is, he is perfectly usable, but there's actually no reason to do it. I think B tier is the perfect tier for him. So far, are only B tier 2-star. He would be a lot better if he had a battery. I'll definitely say that, and that puts him well behind Spartacus, because Spartacus has the 30% battery. So Bloodaxe needs a craft essence or a teammate to really help him out with getting his NP. And that's a huge negative, to be honest, because his turn-to-turn value is just a lot lower than, again, Darius's. All right, let's stay on theme with berserkers here, and we will talk about Caligula. Now, he, unlike Spartacus, Darius, Bloodaxe, etc., he has nothing in common with any of them. He's not an AoE berserker. His NP doesn't even do damage. He is all about the Ooga Booga, and he's shockingly good at that. He has a ridiculous amount of damage up in his kit, especially if you give him the buff success chance command code to increase the odds of his Imperial privilege landing the attack up. If you do miss it, though, he still has a lot of damage up. He's a fairly complicated unit to talk about, I find. There are legitimate boss fights where normal card damage is massively incentivized, and he is very good at doing that. And even budget teams sometimes can do setups where you buff him up, switch him out, bring him back and buff him up again, and then have him one-shot a boss and things like that. Kind of convoluted to pull that kind of thing off, but it does work and it is useful. And he's also turn 1 burst damage, if you have the right craft essences and units to support him, can be quite powerful. That being said, normally there's better options. Even when you're fighting a ruler or a strange class like that, a lot of times you're better off just using Darius or a more typical berserker like that, even Lu Bu. But that's not always the case. He actually can pull ahead of them, especially when it is very normal card focused. Now, he also has a very gimmicky NP, and in some fights it will do absolutely nothing, and in other fights it can completely turn things around. He has a 3-turn skill seal, and at NP5 it has a 150% chance to be applied, so even if they have magic resist, they're going to get hit by it anyway. And that's 3 turns, so that's pretty devastating. However, that's a bad thing if the enemy doesn't have any good skills to cast, and now you're making them attack you nonstop. He also has a 70% chance to NP seal for 3 turns, and if you overcharge it, you can get it up to 90%. I really wish that was 100%, it'd make him much better. However, there are boss fights that are all about spamming their NPs, and if you're able to NP seal them for so many turns like that, you can completely shut them down. However, he doesn't have a battery, and on a budget team, it can be a bit awkward on a berserker to actually get him to live long enough to pull it off, or you can certainly do it with units like MASH or K-Scope, and he can also have the 20% starting battery nowadays. So it's easier than ever to pull that kind of thing off, but new accounts aren't going to really be doing that, so he's not the berserker I would recommend for new players. It's more of a fun option once your account has already established itself. I think B+ is fair, but definitely on the lower end of it. Like barely B+, because when his niche comes up, he does perform rather well, but his niche is very rare. However, I think he still makes it into B+, because even if it's not his niche, his baseline value with just the Ooga Booga is high enough that I think it's fair to put him in B+. Also, he's Roman. All right, and now the final berserker, Salome, I think is how you say it. So this is a pretty unique unit. I'll talk about her non-unique stuff first. As a straightforward single-target berserker, where most of these have been AoE so far, she performs alright, although she's outclassed by a lot of the 3-stars. She does have a special niche against lawful good, and then she also has a universal attack up. So when they are lawful good, she gets both of those, and she does get a pretty sizable amount of damage off of that. She is an art unit, so she synergizes well with Mozart and Hohenheim and those kinds of things. And if you're summoning a friend's Castoria, it is a very good way to kill enemy rulers or avengers, classes like that. It is not the best damage though, because she is a 2-star, her NP is not upgraded, and her damage up abilities are somewhat limited. Then she has an invulnerability and a damage cut and a heal, and those are all really good for keeping the berserker alive. The problem is her 3rd skill, which is connected to the heal, will remove 1 defensive ability every turn, and it removes the most recently applied one. Now, there are ways to counteract that by giving her a command code that will apply the damage cut, so that's the one that gets taken. You can have teammates put up defensive buffs so she won't remove her own invulnerability and things like that. However, it is absolutely a detriment. If she keeps that 3rd skill up for 7 turns, she will give herself and the entire team a 100% NP charge, which is crazy powerful. It's one of the strongest abilities in the game. It's just the trade-off is massive. As such, though, I do really like her unit design. It is truly unique. And then she also applies Curse and Curse Multiplier on her NP. So you can NP with her, have her 3rd skill off, and then NP with her again. You can even have a 2nd copy of her and double up on both of those effects, and just have a ludicrous amount of curse damage and curse multiplication, which counts as true damage, which is a way to kill a lot of things that would normally have damage resist and that kind of stuff. However, I have found most times when you're being actually practical with her, you only bring 1 of her, you protect her enough while also protecting other units that are useful, and then she does some damage, and then she enables another damage dealer after the 7 turns for them to do more damage. And no joke, this can actually work on some pretty tough bosses. It is a useful unit to have. It's very gimmicky though. You do need to level up her skills a lot to get the most out of them. Normally, if you're not handicapping yourself, you have better options. I find she's most useful when you're just limiting yourself to low stars. If you're willing to summon your friend supports and things like that, you're not going to need her that often. However, it's a perfectly viable strategy. It's a very fun strategy, and there's occasionally boss fights that she'll shut the hell down. I do think because of that, she's worthy of a B+, definitely on the lower end. I think slightly more usable than Caligula, especially just because of how insanely powerful her third skill can be. But again, not a unit I would really recommend for a new player unless you like her. It's not the worst pick. She does have generic, straightforward value with the attack up and such. But there are just better Berserker options. But she is good enough to get the job done and has a pretty nice niche on top of that. Alright, let's talk about another unit that has Taunt, Gareth. I did not talk about her with Leonidas or St. George because she doesn't maintain the Taunt like they do. It's more of a bonus she has on the side. She's been buffed since the last tier list video. She's got a Star Bomb and a crit damage buff now, which is quite nice. However, she's still a 2-star, so her damage is not the most impressive. She also does not have an upgraded NP. But she has an attack up to help offset that somewhat. She has a gut skill, so she can survive after using her taunt if need be. She's mainly there to protect you from an enemy's NP and then do a little bit of damage on the side, maybe overcharge someone with her NP. It's rather easy for her to get her NP because she has a battery and she has taunt and NP gain, so when the enemy hits her, she'll get a lot of battery off of it. She has a large defense up, but only for 1 turn. She scales pretty nicely, I will say, with Grails because she does have a Guts and a large defense up and those kinds of things. So if she's going to stick around for a while and recast her abilities, you're going to get a decent amount out of it. She also has Pierce and Vulnerability, which again, there's very few units with that. I think I've mentioned it every time it's popped up. She has a defense down on her NP, so she is good for overcharging somebody else. She is single target, she's Buster, so she can work with Chen Gong and those kinds of units. And I will say she's pretty good with Chen Gong because he has his taunt that he can give her and kind of make her a tank more like Leonidas or George. Or he can still use it on somebody else for whatever the situation calls. It's very flexible. They're both Buster based, so he can buff her if need be. That kind of synergy is really only good though if you're fighting an archer boss specifically. If you're fighting at neutral, you're not going to want to give her the Buster buff. But she has a pretty good performance. She's like many of these low stars, the bronze units we've talked about though. She performs well enough, but not well enough that you really need to use her outside of a lot of the 3-star options out there. But you can certainly do worse. I think B tier is really fair. I'm actually going to put her above even Paris because her Star Bomb is really good and she has Pierce and Vulnerability just like Paris does, but I think the taunt she offers the team is ultimately more useful than Paris's buff removal, because taunt is just a universal ability that is basically good in every boss fight that's ever existed. And she's also able to get her NP very, very easily. But again, you're probably going to have better options out there. Alright, Blackbeard. So he has a Guts that has an unlimited duration, so it's there until it procs. Alright, Blackbeard. So the real hook of his toolkit is his Guts. You can cast it on turn 1, and the Guts will last forever, or until it procs. It's only a 5-turn cooldown, so by the time it goes off, you can cast it again. However, if you're wanting to cycle him for a new unit, you can just choose not to cast it again, so it's a very useful ability. Also comes with a 3-turn, 27% attack up. He has a lot of support abilities. He's got NP damage up, attack up for the team for 1 turn, and then he has a heal for himself and the team. If they're female, the heal is doubled. It's a really good ability, honestly. Even if they're not female, it's noticeable, and if they are female, it's very large. And then he has an upgraded NP that also makes 10 stars, which isn't that many, but it adds up. And then the one bad thing in his kit is he has an RNG chance to drain the enemy's NP. If it was not there at all, or it was guaranteed, it would be fine. But because it's RNG, you can have that awkward situation where you need to NP with him, but the enemy has their NP. So if you drain them, now you need to not use your survivability skills on your teammates. Or if you don't drain them, then you need to cast them right away. That's a very awkward situation to be in. It is surprising how often that comes up in challenge quests. Overall, he's got decent damage, actually really good AoE damage for a low star. He really does. Lots of damage up abilities, upgraded NP, decent attack stat, decent team support. The real problem is his NP gain. He has no batteries, he has no NP gain skill, any of that, and his under the hood gain rate is really bad. It's an actual struggle to get this guy's NP. you generally are going to have to rely on using K-scope or Sakura scope or something like that, or the teammates giving him battery. That is a negative. However, if you do want him to do the support and then just get the NP eventually, because of how good his gut skill is, he will probably live long enough to get his NP, even if you're not sacrificing a lot to give it to him. That being said, repeat NPs on this guy are very unlikely. But solid AoE damage, solid team support, solid survivability, honestly a really good AoE rider option. And generally with a new account, I would say you're going to want one AoE and one single target of each class. And he is a completely viable one. Even when compared to his 3-star alternatives, he is absolutely viable. And because of that, I think he deserves an A. Now, definitely lower than St. George and Leonidas, because they're useful all of the time, regardless of if you need their class or not. Where with Blackbeard, you're really going to use him specifically for if you need an AoE rider. That's all he's there for. But he's extremely good at doing that, and I think it's actually better than a lot of the units in B+ here. And like I said, he compares very well to even his 3-star counterparts, so I think he really does deserve this A rank. I think the reason he's easy to overlook, though, is you don't need AoE riders too often in challenge quests and main story content. So though he's an A rank, he's still not a unit that you're necessarily going to see on the field that often. That is it for the 2 stars. I think the must level ups, especially for new players, are definitely Chen Gong, Hans, and then one of the taunts, either Leonidas or St. George. But all the ones in B+, I would say, are all viable picks, especially Gareth, Paris, and Cursearm. I think they are a good bit better than Shakespeare, Salome, and Caligula, but all of them are pretty solid. Where the ones below that, although Bloodaxe is good enough to get the job done, you're never really going to need them, and the rest of them are meh. Let's kick things off with a new 3-star that they've added since the last tier list, Zhang Jiao. His toolkit is kind of all over the place. I think the meat of it is he's got a 50% battery for himself, which has an 80% chance to apply the various field effects that are in the game, like burning, sunlight, water, forest, etc., which can enable some of the niches of other units. I really don't like that they made it 80% though, because narrow niche anyway, working with some of those other units that have those bonuses, but then if it's not even guaranteed, that's just frustrating. However, if he lands any of those field effects when he does his NP, he will apply extra effects. Forest one is quick resist down to the enemy, the water one is art resist down, the sunlight one is buster resist down, and the burning one is crit chance down. All for 3 turns. If you get lucky, that's actually a pretty useful ability. And he can get his NP incredibly easily because of the 50% battery. You can give him any common craft essence and then just go straight into his NP. However, his actual NP damage is rather low. He does give himself an NP damage up before using his NP every time, but it's still relatively low damage. He does have a quick and art up skill for 20% last 3 turns, and the NP is quick. So he's unique in being a damage quick caster. We don't have a lot of those. And actually his first skill is team-wide, so he'll apply those buffs to other units. So he has a little bit of support there. His main use is his second skill, which is a targeted debuff clear, and then gives them a star absorption and 100% crit up damage for 1 turn. The issue I find is, even though it's 100% crit damage up, you have things even like Maruhari, who give a 50% crit damage up, but for 3 turns instead of 1 turn, and then also give you a bunch of defense down. So that'll give your crit damage a bonus, and every other type of damage you do a bonus. So there's not a lot of reason to use them just for that skill, unless you're stacking multiple abilities. Or maybe you're wanting Chen Gong's crit damage, and you're wanting his crit damage, something like that. But that's not very practical. I haven't really found any uses of this guy since he's been added, to be honest. And anytime I've tested him, his support is fairly lackluster, and his damage is fairly lackluster. Some usefulness in farming, just because he has a 50% battery. And if they do give him a buff, he might start getting some decent AoE damage in there. But as he is, I think he's alright, but there's very little reason to use him. But he does have baseline value, so I think he deserves at least a B tier. But honestly, I would say on the lower end of B tier. Now let's talk about William Tell, or Wilhelm Tell. Very similar to Paris, he's in the shadow of Robin Hood. However, he's even more directly comparable because he's also an art unit like Robin Hood is. He also has a star bomb like Robin Hood has. However, where Robin Hood has hard survival, William Tell has a 3-turn debuff immunity. Now, that's really nice in the fights that you need it, but you don't need it nearly as often as you need hard survival like Robin Hood has. So that's a pretty big negative. Also, how William Tell gets his bonus damage is by using his NP on a target that has evade, and his NP has sure hit on it. And that is not easy to fulfill. A lot of bosses don't have evade, or if they do, they're not going to use it on the turn that William Tell is going to be NPing. It's a real problem, and if you're not getting that bonus damage, his damage is absolutely nothing special. He does have an art up in his kit, but that damage up alone does not make him a great boss killer. He doesn't have an upgraded NP, and archers do have a slightly lower damage mod and that kind of thing. His star bomb comes with a skill seal, which is an okay niche to have, but I would say more times than not, skill seal is actually bad. And unfortunately, because it's tied to the star bomb, you've got to use it because you can't give up that many stars. It's a 30 star bomb, and he has a crit up ability as well. But that means you may well skill seal the opponent at a bad time. That's actually going to get your units killed. And because he doesn't have hard survival, he can't even survive the attacks that might come his way. So although I really like him, he really needs some buffs to make him unique in comparison to Robin Hood, because as it is, he's essentially Robin Hood without the survivability and a less consistent way of doing damage and a niche that doesn't come up that often. Well, I wouldn't say that. I guess debuffs do come up a decent amount, but it's not impactful enough often enough to warrant losing the hard survival. But his performance is still okay, especially because of the crits, because the crits do allow him to loop his NP. So I think B+ is fair. So he does loop, but you're not going to get impressive damage unless the enemy is evading. And here's the thing, most gimmick bosses that have an evade gimmick where they consistently evade are not berserkers or sabers. So there just hasn't been a lot of content that he's been that good for. Alright, Taiga has a similar problem to William Tell, as she has a good kit, she's a good unit, she can perform pretty well if you're wanting her to kill archer bosses for you, or even berserker bosses for you. She's overshadowed by COOOL, and even Dearmid now, I would say. But COOOL has significantly better survivability than she does, and although she has more burst damage, it's not nearly enough to compensate for the difference in survivability, and COOOL actually will out-damage her in the long run, because her cooldowns are so long. Once her burst is over, she basically does nothing, where COOOL has the higher inherent attack stat and has significantly better uptime on his abilities, and he has an upgraded NP where she doesn't. So once her abilities wear off, she's doing significantly less damage, where COOOL maintains a decent amount of damage no matter what. Cooldowns. Her first skill is a 10-turn cooldown, and almost all of her abilities are on that matter on that skill. And you may not want to use all these abilities at the exact same time, but you have to. So she gives herself a 3-turn buster up. She gives herself a debuff resistance for mental debuffs only, so fairly niche there. She has a star bomb on it, but you may not want the star bomb with the buster up when you're NPing. You might want to crit the next turn, but unfortunately you don't have a choice. She also has a 2-turn attack up on her second skill, and then a crit up on her third skill. And if you do happen to be on a forest field, she'll also get star rate up or star absorption up. That's incredibly niche and not that powerful of an effect, so they don't really matter. Her other two abilities really are vanilla. I mean, it's just crit damage and attack up, and then everything's loaded on the first skill, and the first skill is an incredibly long cooldown. She does have a sure hit gimmick, so there is that, but COOOL has that as well. So much like William Tell, good unit, but still some real flaws and does not perform as well as a lot of her competition. I would say she's a bit better than William Tell because she doesn't have that reliance on the enemy having evade, and her burst damage is good. If you can show up, do a big NP with all the buffs and land some crits, it's fairly impressive, but it's not enough to warrant all of the drawbacks. But I do think she is good enough to use if you like her, and better than a lot of the low stall alternatives that we've talked about. And she does scale decently well with Grails. The one drawback with that, though, is if she's living for a long time, you're still just sitting there waiting for her cooldowns to come back. Next up is Hohenheim. He has an AoE NP that hits like a wet noodle, but that's not the main reason you use him. He has a targetable skill that gives guts and a 3-turn 50% NP gain buff, which is massive. He also gives the whole team a 20% art up for 3 turns. So for art teens especially, he's giving you roughly 70% NP gain, which is extremely good for having NPs refund themselves. If you're wanting to do a typical NP refund team with Castoria, for example, you can summon your friend's Castoria, use your own Hohenheim, and then have an art DPS, and you're well on your way to some easy mode farming. And also can work for challenge quests. There are plenty of challenge quests where you fight 3 or more bosses at once. Also, he has a 80% NP charge for himself, and if you combine that with the new passive system with the coins, he can have 100% with any craft essence equipped, Black Grail, you name it. That is very flexible. However, his damage output is extremely low. It's good enough for farming to clear a first wave, but for challenge quests, it will pretty much never do anything unless it's very low HP health bars, which they do occasionally, but not that often. But he's mostly there for the art support and the NP gain, and maybe the targetable guts. He doesn't do much else other than that. For challenge quests, I don't find him that useful that often. Occasionally he's good, but only in the AoE challenge quests or major story boss fights where you're fighting multiple enemies at once. I can't think of really any time you'd use him aside from that. The only other thing is the targetable guts. Sometimes you have boss fights where the bosses are doing crazy damage and one-shotting people every turn, and you want to be cycling supports that can give hard survival to the main DPS, or just the most important unit on the team. And Hohenheim can do that, but there's generally better options like Fuma and such. So on the one hand, he is a ridiculously good farming unit, and he's still a solid unit for boss fights and such, but I think normally you're going to use Hans, Mash, Mozart, units like that, so you don't actually bring him that often. B tier, but I would still put him fairly high B tier, just because the NP refund from his third skill really is massive, and it does have some uses from time to time. I always liked the book Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a story about man's inner struggle of civility versus primal instinct, intelligence versus wrath, a story of controlling one's inner beast. It's a good thing that's what the story is about, considering fans of said story will have to control their inner beast when they realize how much they fucked this character up. I'm just gonna go ahead and put him into the lowest tier, and I'm gonna rename it to Jekyll, because there's no other character in the entire game that I would actually put into this tier. But it is so frustrating to talk about this character because it is so complicated how bad he is. It's like they tried to make the character bad. It's like you'd have to put an effort to make a character this counterproductive. So I'm gonna just take this one step at a time. He is an assassin by default. When you NP, he turns into a berserker. He gives himself extra maximum HP and he heals to full. That is the best part of his toolkit, is the giant heal he gets. When in Jekyll form, the assassin, you have a very tiny attack skill. You have a stun with a stun chance so low that it'll almost never work, and then you have a very minor crit buff. If you use these skills while already transformed, then they will be upgraded and it'll be a larger attack up and a much higher stun chance, actually above 100%, and then you will get a really large crit buff. Now, he's been buffed since the last time I made the tier list, where they put on the crit skill, they put an 80% battery. I think this is the worst buff they've ever done in the entire game, and I don't say that lightly. A lot of people have compared it to Kiyohime's buff, which was a 6% defense up buff and a minor burn effect, which is a very weak buff, but it's also positive in all circumstances, where Jekyll's buff, more times than not, if you take advantage of it, you are actually nerfing the character. Let me explain. If you use the battery and rush into your NP, at that point you should have just brought a berserker that is better out of the box and has an NP that will actually do damage. If you rush into Hyde form, you're whiffing the heal entirely, and now you've used your crit buff in Jekyll form, which means it's much, much weaker. So now you basically have no reason to be Hyde. So you use the buff to get into Hyde form, but now you've removed all the reasons to be in Hyde form. A big problem with this character is when he transforms, all he does is give himself a permanent buster up, but his deck doesn't change to a triple buster deck. He has more cards that are not buster than are, and if you're fighting riders, which you should be because you need to get some value out of Jekyll to make any of this make sense, you're actually doing less damage with most of your cards because berserkers have a lower counterclass multiplier than a assassin does against a rider. So the ideal with this character is you're supposed to show up as Jekyll, get him to face tank some, get really beat up, get low in HP, then switch to Hyde form and do buster crits to do a bunch of damage to compensate for your NP not doing any damage. Now, there are characters out there with similar concepts that can have an NP that does no damage and then do enough from their buffs from the NP to pay off that damage debt, if you will. Jekyll just doesn't do that. The math is not there. The buster up is not large enough. He's not going to consistently buster crit. He doesn't have a star bomb. He doesn't have a stars per turn. He doesn't have a star absorb. His star absorb gets worse when he turns into a berserker, like any other berserker. The actual damage that he does from his buff specifically, because some people will see him do like 50k crits, 100k crits, and they're like, oh, this is so amazing. But you have to remember a chunk of that crit up and just raw damage, he would have done anyway, regardless of his hide buff. The actual damage being accredited to the character from the buff, you would have to do so many buster cards over so many turns to compensate for the NP not doing any damage. This character is just incredibly flawed. You are so much better off bringing 100 Face if you just need an assassin. You are so much better off bringing Darius or Lubu if you just need a berserker. And there's almost no circumstance you really need to go from assassin into berserker. The only good thing about the character is he can be a little extra tanky because of the giant heal on his NP and the stun chance on his second skill. But everything else about the character just doesn't add up. You can get decent buster crits out of him if you contrive the team to carry him and you get lucky and the deck shuffles the way you need. But the amount of damage you're actually doing is not surpassing a lot of the other low star options out there that can also do big normal card damage. Like Caligula, for example, can do large normal card damage much easier than Jekyll and Hyde can. I think he is truly the worst character in the game. There is no reason to bring him under any circumstance. He is always holding the team back massively. The rest of the team has to compensate for how bad he is. I really wish this wasn't the case because I really like the character, but I have no confidence that the devs are ever going to fix him, considering his last buff could not have been stupider. They clearly don't even understand how the character is supposed to be played and what is actually happening on a practical level. Giving him a battery to rush into hide form, it just is so counterproductive. Anytime you do well with Jekyll and Hyde, it's because the rest of the team is carrying him, or the content is so easy that even a piece of garbage like Hyde's toolkit will work there. That doesn't actually make the character good. It's an illusion when you're looking at those big crits that it's actually worthwhile, because when you look at what you had to sacrifice to get there, it was absolutely not a good trade. I do not want to talk about this convoluted mess anymore, so we are going to move on. Alright, we were just talking about Kiyohime, so we will rate her next. She's going right into B tier. She's going to be on the lower end of B tier. There's just not enough characters there to show that. Definitely not as good as Hohenheim. She is at least B tier though, because she does do the basic things you need an AoE berserker to do. She has acceptable damage, and she has the benefit of being a berserker, so she's counterclassing most things and good in multi-class situations. However, there's a lot of negatives. She's almost the generic berserker. So she does have a decent amount of damage up abilities. She's got defense down and buster up. However, some of that is just compensating for the fact that she doesn't have an upgraded NP. She doesn't have a good way of getting her NP. She doesn't have an NP gain buff. She doesn't have a battery or anything like that. She has the typical triple buster deck. So although her NP does do decent damage, it's nothing exceptional, and it's actually rather difficult to get to the NP. There are just way better options out there, especially Darius, who ultimately plays very similar to her. They're both 3-star berserkers. Darius doesn't have as much damage up in his skills, although he does have buster resist down, but then he actually has an upgraded NP. So their damage ends up being very comparable, but then Darius is ahead of her in almost every other aspect. If you repeat NP over multiple turns, because his NP is upgraded, he'll start doing more damage. So Darius is very comparable damage-wise. He gets his NP faster than she does, he is tankier than she is, and he has debuff clear. So although she can fill the role of what you needed a basic AoE berserker to do, and with the more modern boss fights that have been a bit harder, I would say, I think she's fallen off and doesn't keep up with the content very well. She's still doing what you need an AoE berserker to do, so I think it's fair to put her in B tier. Alright, we might as well talk about Darius, considering we just talked about him so much. So he is basically Kiyohime, but better in almost every way possible. He has an upgraded NP that does attack down and defense down. So if you're going to repeat NP, you will get decent reliable damage out of him. He has a buster resist down for all enemies on his gut skill. Thankfully, his gut skill lasts long enough that if you need to cast it early for that resistance down, it's not a problem. It's generally good to have his guts up anyway because he's berserker and he can die rather quickly. Guts is one of the better abilities to make sure they don't get one shot. He also has a heal and a debuff clear, which is a nice utility to have for major boss fights. Doesn't really matter for farming, but for major boss fights, there's lots of times where debuffs are a major part of the fight. He also has an NP gain buff, which is rather large actually, so it helps make up for his triple buster deck. He can get his NP decently quickly with that. However, he doesn't have a battery, and he is a triple buster deck, so it is generally best to use him with a unit like Chen Gong to, one, help with his survivability and damage, but also give him some extra battery. There's also options like Hans and things like that, but you might just be summoning a friend support like Waver, Castoria, or Merlin or something like that. But it is a drawback that he doesn't have a battery, but the NP gain buff does help with that. He is not as stacked as the top tiers of the other classes, so he's not going to be rated as high as them, but I do think he is a solid A tier. Almost A+. He is useful very, very often, but there is a lot of room for improvement in his toolkit, to be honest, which says a lot about Kiyohime, because her toolkit is even more vanilla than Darius is. But he does do exactly what you need a berserker to do. Generally speaking, if you're doing budget things and you need an AoE berserker, he is the best one, and there's not actually much competition for that. His only real competition, I would say, is Spartacus. If the damage threshold you need to meet is lower, and you need to get the NP very quickly, and because Spartacus has the 30% battery, Spartacus can occasionally be better, but it's very rare. So Darius, best 3-star berserker in the game, but still a good bit behind the top tiers of the other classes. Alright, time for the meme himself, Gilles de Rais. His first skill gives him mental debuff success chance up, which he has a mental debuff, so that's alright. And he has mental debuff resistance, 100% for 3 turns. That is very niche ultimately, although it's so much debuff resistance, it's only against mental debuffs. So the odds of you wanting to use an AoE caster against a boss that also is doing mental debuffs is pretty rare. So this first skill, more times than not, will do nothing. However, in some niches it's somewhat useful, but it's not much of a credit to the character. The second skill, which has been buffed, is a 20% art resist down to all enemies and a 20% buster resist down to all enemies, 3 turns. He also will lower their NP damage by 20% for 1 turn. Now, on its own, the NP damage down is not enough to allow you to survive an enemy's NP. However, if you're combining this with a defense up and damage cuts and things like that, it can add up to the point where you can face take an enemy NP. But on its own, out of the box, it's not going to do a lot on its own. But it can combine with other common skills to be something meaningful. But the art resist down and the buster resist down is not bad to have. The art resist down can buff your teammates and also help his own NP gain. And then the buster resist down will make his NP do more damage, which he certainly needs because his damage is generally really bad. Then his third skill is a debuff that has a chance to inflict stun every turn for 5 turns. It can only stun them once, however, so once it procs, it's not going to proc again. It's a very long cooldown. The stun chance per turn is 40%, so it is very likely to proc at some point, but you're not going to have direct control over when it happens. I actually think this skill is better than people give it credit for. It's not really good against one big boss, but when you're fighting 3 bosses or more in a major boss fight or challenge quest, and you throw this out, it's going to proc on pretty much all of them, and it is going to buy you a decent amount of survivability. However, there are just better skills out there to accomplish that. And then his NP is upgraded, and it does inflict a 20% attack down and buster down, and that can be overcharged, which when combined with his second skill can start really lowering the enemy's NP damage. And those debuffs do last 3 turns, so it's decently easy to sync that up. He also has a niche now of giving foreigners specifically 30% NP battery when he NPs. Now that's a decent effect, but it's so niche, it's ultimately useless, and I really have to stress this. Even if some of your favorite characters are foreigners, you are going to have better options to support them. Although if you can make it work, you can make him with foreigners work as like a meme and has some degree of effectiveness there, but there's no practical reason to do it. You are just better off supporting those foreigners with either a friend support you can summon, and if you can't summon one of those, you're better off with using Hans, Chen Gong, units like that. I've really never seen a situation this is actually practical. It's more of something people do to meme or show off and try to justify bringing this character, but it doesn't actually make sense. That being said, he has an upgraded NP, he has a small damage up ability now, so he can kind of do alright AoE damage for an AoE caster anyway, but his other abilities are pretty low impact, and there are significantly better casters out there that can hit harder than him, can get their NP faster, like with Caster Coup having a battery, and his niche with foreigners is not any reason to actually bring him. Right now, though, he is way behind his competition. I do think he's a bit above D+ here. I'll give him a very, very low C rank. Alright, now Gilles de Rais's Saber form. Another famously bad character, but I think people are actually really wrong about that. Although I don't think he's an amazing character, I think he is significantly better than the other famously bad characters. I think he's really close to working. He's really close to viability. I don't think he's that close to being top tier for a 1 to 3 star, but I think he is close to being B+ tier or something like that. So his third skill at rank 10 is a 5-turn cooldown, 40% buster up, which is rather large, and it lasts for 5 turns. So it's 100% uptime if you don't get buff removed. And then his NP buff gives him a whopping 100% attack up. And it's good that it's attack up, so it works with quick cards, buster cards, art cards, and even his extra attack, much like Golden Sumo. It also makes a few stars, but it's not enough to generally matter. But if you're working with someone else on the team like Hans to give him crits next turn, those two things combined really do add up. However, his NP does come with a large 50% defense down for 3 turns, so it actually lasts longer than his NP effect. You can remove the defense down, though, with command codes, and you can get a debuff clear command code from the Mana Prism shop now. However, you may not get that card on the turn you NP or the turn after, so it's a bit inconsistent. Another positive, though, is he has Madness Enhancement EX as a passive, so he has a permanent 12% buster up. When you combine that with his third skill, he's got a 52% buster up at all times, and then you've got the 100% up from the attack up. That is a lot of damage up, and he gets it relatively easily. It's pretty low investment. You're not having to do any complicated gameplay to have that. I think if his NP buff lasted longer, like just 3 turns, I think he'd be significantly better. It's also a little awkward that his NP is art. You really would want it to be buster, so it's easier to have the first card buster bonus for the follow-up attacks. There is the new rainbow chains, though, that they've added to the game. So now you could do his NP, his quick card, and then 1 buster card, and you'll still get maximum efficiency there. But if you're using both buster cards in the same turn, it's going to be awkward. It's definitely a problem for the unit. He also has a second skill that gives him 3-turn 45% NP gain up. And it's good that he has that because he's going to want to NP more than once, generally speaking. It's a shame he doesn't also have a battery. That would make him a lot more consistent for uptime on his buff. But at least he has that. It's rather a simple ability, but it is useful for what he does. And then his first skill is a 16% NP damage up for the team. His own NP does not do damage, so he gets no value out of that whatsoever. And if you need team support, he's generally not the kind of unit you're going to bring for that. So the odds of you having another DPS on the team and you're running him for his own damage is fairly unlikely. So it makes his first skill almost nothing. So he basically just has 2 skills. Units like Super Orion, Jekyll and Hyde, they always have to do enough normal card damage to compensate for their NP doing none, and that's difficult, especially now that we have a lot of low stars that do NP damage and also get large normal card damage. So they have to do even more normal card damage, and the math just isn't there for him right now. I've had decent success with him when I use him against just straight Lancer bosses. He certainly is not outperforming Bedivere or Caesar anytime soon. He is noticeably far behind them. He's a lot closer to viability, but he still is subpar, I would say. I think C+ is perfect for him. He has some use. He is a bit better than I think people give him credit for, but he is still lagging behind the pack, and there's no reason to actually use him outside of just liking him. Now, the other bald monk in the game, Hozoin, who I will just call Baldy, his skills are fairly low impact, but the main reason you use him is his NP, and at least his skills do support what he's supposed to do. His first skill is Sure Hit and Stargin Up for 3 turns. The Stargin Up, though, is fairly diminishing returns with his NP effect, so it's not that important. So it's just a Sure Hit, and if the boss doesn't have Evade, it's essentially no skill at all. But it's not a bad niche to have. His second skill is a 50% quick up and a 100% mental debuff resist for 3 turns. So also if the boss is not doing mental debuffs, this skill is not doing a lot. It is 1 turn of burst damage though. He's got a triple quick deck, so it's easy to get a big quick crit out of this. But the debuff resist in most fights will do absolutely nothing, but when it does come up, it is certainly a nice thing to have. And then his third skill is a 1-turn NP seal for one enemy and a 3-turn 20% defense down, which is not a huge number, but extra damage is always good for what he does, and it works with his second skill, so you could get 70% damage on a quick card. Now let's talk about his NP. It gives him a 50% attack up for 3 turns, a 100% crit damage up for 3 turns, and an insta-kill immunity for 1 turn. Yet again, another niche, but it can be handy from time to time. And a 1-hit evade, which is good for blocking enemy NPs. You can't always sync it up that way. You don't have a lot of freedom with when you can cast his NP. You normally have to use it as soon as it's available. So that is a bit of an issue. His total survivability is very low, but at least he has something. It's not like he has no survivability at all. And he also gives himself 100% Stargent up for 3 turns. So in theory, you want to get his NP, buff up, make stars, crit big, and then NP again and repeat. And if you can do that, it is solid value, and he does scale decently well. If you can double NP within those 3 turns, then you can get crazy high damage. But in practicality, it's very RNG for all the stars to align, for you to be able to NP when you need to, and then for the deck to shuffle so you have the cards that you need, and then they also have good crit chance, and then they actually crit. There's a lot that can go wrong, and this list is for major boss fights, main story, challenge quests, and from a free-to-play perspective, most players, they're going to have their own Hans they can use, and Hans is the only budget support in the entire game that is good with this guy, but he does help, and then you could summon a friend's Waver or Scatty. I think Waver is the better pick, but I'll get into that. The issue is, without help from teammates, you are not going to reliably NP, and then have enough stars to crit on the following turn, and then actually get your NP again within 3 turns. That just doesn't happen. The only time it does is if on your NP turn, you get NP quick, and then the next turn he gets his Art and Buster card. That is just not likely. That is just not likely. That almost never happens. And if you don't get turns like that, you're just not going to consistently crit, or if you do crit, you're not getting that good of damage. So you need the supports to compensate for that. Hans does help. Hans doesn't fix everything, but he is an extra dose of stars that do make him more consistent, but you still are at the mercy of the deck shuffle. And then Waver can allow you to NP a second time, or just the first time right off the bat, even if the deck didn't go well. And Waver's also giving you the attack up, which helps all damage types, and it gives him the crit up, which is obviously what he wants to do. And the defense up from Waver is really nice to complement his lack of survivability. But when it comes down to it, when you just use this guy in a typical setting against an archer boss or a berserker boss, he is incredibly inconsistent. His average performance is actually very low, although his peak performance is fairly high. On average, he does worse than even Dyrmid, and especially worse than COOOL, and COOOL also has the sure hit niche, and COOOL just has a lot more straightforward damage that ends up outpacing Baldy a lot of the time, and he outsurvives Baldy every single time. I think Baldy is ultimately a very overrated unit. He's been hyped since his release, but he's never really accomplished anything. People have always said, oh, he needs to be a solo, or he needs to be in team. I've used him on both, Grailed and non-Grailed, and he doesn't really perform that well in either. When you're in a team, he's unbelievably inconsistent, and in a solo, he just dies way too quickly against most bosses. He's never really soloed any challenge quests of note, unlike COOOL, who has soloed many challenge quests of note. So he doesn't, although he's a very fun unit, he's very cool, I love his voice actor, I love his design, he doesn't actually have practical use. It's a terrible idea to start FGO and pick him as your Lancer. He's just way too inconsistent, he's way too wonky. People try to act like you need skill to use this guy, but what you actually need is luck to use this guy, and that's just not good. However, I do think he is better than Gilles de Reyes and Jekyll and Hyde, the other units that don't have damaging NPs. He's less consistent than Gilles de Reyes, though, to be honest. He requires more RNG, more things to go right, but his peak performance is noticeably better, and he scales a bit better with Grails as well. So I think he deserves to be higher on the list, but I do think he's still just C+. He's in the C range because his average performance is rather low and ultimately useless. There's no reason to use him. The other Lancers are just better and more consistent, but he gets the C+ because he does peak fairly well when things do go right. There is a diamond in the rough here with some buffs that make him more consistent, like a battery or a star bomb or both. He would be significantly better. He's actually very close to being really good. He's with just a little bit of a push. I think he could go easily to A tier or above. I've been on copium, honestly, trying to say he's like mid tier. He really isn't. I mean, his average performance is just ass. C plus, I think, is the fair place to put him. Please send your angry feedback please send your angry letters and your rebuttals, your criticisms of my rating of Baldy to my feedback account, Cairo Shoot. You can find me on YouTube or Discord. I make sure to read all feedback and all DMs, and I take them all very seriously. Alright, let's stick with the Lancers here. We'll talk about Diarmid. He's been buffed since the last tier list. His Sergeant Up skill now has a 20% quick up, 20% art up, 30% crit damage, all for 3 turns, and he still has the 50% star rate up, which is decent, but his hit counts are fairly low, so it doesn't amount to that many stars. However, the crit damage buff and the quick and art up are really nice. He's got a quick art deck, so he's going to be benefiting from that quite often. He already had an upgraded NP, so combining that damage up ability with the upgraded NP allows him to be a pretty good straightforward damage nuker. He's what you need out of a budget Lancer. He's straightforward, kills bosses. He has a hard survival skill, 1-turn evade, and a 3-turn defense up, so he doesn't just melt to a boss, so he can stay alive long enough to do his damage. And then he also does buff removal on his NP. It's after damage, so it's not super effective against invulnerability or evade. But there's many other buffs you want to remove, like attack up and crit up buffs. Those are actually really nasty on a lot of major boss fights. So his buff removal is still a really, really nice ability. It's the main reason to use him, I would say. His second skill is extremely powerful, but it's extremely niche. It's a 50% attack down for 1 turn, but only against females. That's such a large attack down, though. It's a massive survival skill when you are fighting female bosses, but then the skill is completely worthless if you're fighting male bosses, and also genderless bosses. And when I say that, I don't just mean weird characters like Enkidu or Dion or something. I mean like giant boars or dragons and generic enemies like that. They don't generally have a gender connected to them, so the skill doesn't work. So it doesn't even work half of the time, and that is definitely a problem. However, his NP, first and third skill are strong enough that I think he still performs rather well. I think he's much better for free-to-play players than Baldy is. He doesn't peak as high as Baldy does, but we're here to rate them based on their free-to-play performance and practicality. He doesn't have a lot of RNG in his kit. His standard performance is significantly better than Baldy, and I've tested them against each other many, many times. And it's not really close. I mean, Baldy not doing NP damage just makes him very inconsistent, where Diarmid just shows up, you get the damage, you make the stars, you get crits. He's got a crit buff now. So he has solid normal card damage, he has very solid NP damage, and he has solid survivability. That's all you really need out of a good budget unit. He's not that far behind units even like Ushi. Now Ushi, for example, for a rider is better because she has the team support and the star bomb. So he's definitely not as good as she is, but he does compete. He does keep up. So I do give him an A tier, a very low A tier, I would say. A lot of people on my prior tier list took issue with this, but they didn't really come up with any practical examples as to why he shouldn't be A tier. When you look at his performance around some of the other things I rate decently highly, they are comparable. His average performance is better than Baldy. But I have to stress, I really don't recommend leveling him because there are just better options, which we'll get into in a moment. But I wouldn't recommend leveling him because there are just better options. One of those Lancers being Proto-Coup, who we'll talk about first, and obviously we're going to have to compare him to regular Coup because everybody does that, but we're talking about Lancers right now in general, it seems, so this works out. But Proto-Coup is the most overshadowed by Coup because they are 2 versions of the same character, and regular Coup is a lot more popular because he's in anime and visual novels and such. But Proto-Coup is still a ridiculously good Lancer. If regular Coup didn't exist, he would be the best free-to-play Lancer in the game. I think he'd still be behind Ushi and 100-Face Hassan, for example, but he's very close. He's almost as good as them. He definitely keeps up. He is that kind of top-tier, low-star unit that you want. So let's get into the details here. So first up is the famous protection from arrows, and this is good beyond the 3-hit evade that lasts forever. Now, we'll talk about that though. The 3-hit evade is so good because you're generally only going to be able to evade 3 times with a regular evade anyway, but if the boss decides not to attack you that turn, the evade goes away and you don't get your full value. With protection from arrows, because the evade lingers, you are always going to get the full value every time you cast it, and that is really good. But it's good beyond that for a few reasons. One, the cooldown is lower than most hard survivability skills. If you look, most invulnerabilities, evade skills, things like that, have at least a 6-turn cooldown or greater, where protection from arrows is a 5-turn cooldown. So that alone already makes it really good. But there's other synergies that you can use with protection from arrows. If you have a taunt on the team, Mash, Leonidas, Chen Gong, St. George, things like that, you can cast the evade behind the taunt and have no chance of it getting pinged off. You can't do that with regular evade and invulnerability skills. That's a very good synergy, and it's very practical for free-to-play because the taunt walls like George or Mash are very frequently used. Protection from arrows also comes with a defense up that can last after it, but generally the protection from arrows will last 2 or 3 turns, so you don't get too much out of that, but it's a nice bonus to have. Proto-COOOL also has a 45% debuff resistance up on his first skill, and it lasts 3 turns. That's also a 5-turn cooldown, so good uptime, and it stacks with his passive magic resist. So his total debuff resistance chance is 60%, and again, good uptime on it. That's rather good. Preemptive debuff resist like that is really nice against stuns and charms and those kinds of things, because where regular COOOL has a debuff clear, he has to have control of his character to cast it to remove the debuff, where debuff resistance prevents it from landing in the first place. However, it's not as reliable against all the other debuffs because there's still a 40% chance that it will hit you, so it is just very random, but it is a very nice bonus to have. You're not going to complain about it. It will be useful. And he also has the 45% crit up, which is a pretty solid amount of crit damage up, which gives him some decent normal card damage. And then his third skill is a Star Absorption skill, and it's really nice that that Star Absorption is not tied to the crit skill. That way, if you're wanting to not use it to allow another unit to crit as well, if you have 2 DPS out, which Proto-COOOL is actually an easy unit to do that with. Like we said with Hassan of the Curse Arm, he also can survive without needing support from his teammates, so you're freer to bring whatever combo of classes you want. And that kind of team flexibility is a good thing. And so if there's another DPS on the team and they too need to crit, you can just not use the Star Absorb if it's going to be stepping on their toes. But then if it's not an issue, you can just throw it out with the crit buff and there's no problem. It also comes with a 100% damage up for 3 turns against Wild Beast, which is not the most common enemy trait, but it does come up from time to time, and it also sometimes comes up on classes that are difficult to counterclass, like Avengers with Lobo and things like that. And it is such a large damage up, he benefited a lot from the quick change, where quick chains now make 20 stars instead of 10, and the rainbow chains. It allows for more consistent star generation. That has definitely favored him because he has that crit skill. His NP has been buffed since the last time I made a tier list video, and it's a very solid buff. Every time he NPs, before damage, he gives himself a 1-turn 20% quick up. This is rather nice because he's not reliant on a cooldown from a skill. Every time he NPs, he will always get that higher damage. So he's got the upgraded NP multiplier and the quick up. So he has very solid NP damage that he can consistently throw out. He also has Ignore Armor, which doesn't come up super often, but it's a really nice niche to have. There are boss fights that are basically tied to that, and he has the defense down on his NP. It's not very big, but it adds up. So he's everything you need out of a budget boss killer, much like Dyrmid, but better survivability, lower cooldown. He's got good normal card damage. He has a consistent high damage NP, and he even has a nice niche against beasts. But I would say when you compare him to COOOL, he does lose in almost every regard, and let's get into that. But first, let's rate Proto-COOOL. I'm going to put him an A+, and rather high A+. He's a very, very good budget Lancer. He is definitely better than Taiga and Dyrmid. He does keep up with Ushi and Hundertface, whose spoilers are going to be A+ or higher. But now, because I know people talk about it a lot, let's compare him to regular COOOL and explain why regular COOOL is ultimately better. So regular COOOL also has an upgraded NP. It does not have the quick up though. If you're just NPing with both of them over and over, Proto-COOOL does do more damage. However, it's not by as much as you might think, because regular COOOL has the higher attack stat. He actually has the highest attack stat out of all 1 to 3 star Lancers. It's interesting that COOOL has a reputation of doing no damage when he objectively has some of the better damage for all 1 to 3 stars, because he has a really high attack stat. Lancers have a special damage modifier where they do slightly more damage than the other standard classes. And COOOL has an attack up for 3 turns on his first skill. And the nice thing about attack up is it's universal. It works on quick cards, it works on art cards, it works on buster cards, it works on NPs. Very importantly, it works when you crit, but it also works when you don't crit. Now, that's still not the most damage up ability you're going to get out of any low star in the game, but it's enough damage to keep up with anybody and to meet the damage requirements that you want. And he's going to live longer than basically any of the 1 to 3 stars in the game, so you'll have more opportunities to keep doing damage. But COOOL and Proto-COOOL both have very good survivability with their protection from arrow skills. They're exactly the same. However, regular COOOL has guts, and just having guts doesn't mean he lives maybe 1 turn longer than Proto-COOOL or 2 turns longer than Proto-COOOL. In practicality, he can live double, if not triple, the amount of time Proto-COOOL does in hard content. And it's because the guts can be cast preemptively, the protection from arrows can be cast preemptively, so you have extra time to get them off cooldown, and each of them buy time for the other. So they become more than the sum of their parts. So COOOL's survivability, I would say, is absolutely second to none for the 1 to 3 stars, although 100 Face Hassan is closer than you might think, and we'll get into that in a moment. But on survivability, COOOL does have better survivability than Proto-COOOL. On damage, if you're just NPing, Proto-COOOL's is better, but because regular COOOL's attack up is universal and he has the higher attack stat, even with Proto-COOOL's crit buff, which you're not always going to crit with, you're not going to get every attack to crit within those 3 turns, COOOL actually keeps up on damage and sometimes even surpasses him, because when COOOL gets low on health, his attack up actually goes from 20% to 50%, and it also can be 35%, 40%, all those other numbers. It's based on his health, and it updates as your health drops. By default, again, 20%. Minimum HP, 50%. So on average, you're going to be in that 30-35% range. It kind of depends on the kind of team setup you're running. It's very easy, though, for COOOL to cast his guts multiple times. You normally will cast it early on and just get the 20% out of it. Because of protection from arrows, your HP doesn't drop. But then later in the fight, you're going to recast it. And by then, you could have lost HP. And then you can get the 30 to 50% up. And your total damage is very high because of that. And then COOOL also has straight debuff removal. Now this one is hard to compare. In my experience though, overall, regular COOOL is better against debuffs. There are more major boss fights with debuffs that are not charm or stun or anything like that, that you just want to have control over when you remove them. Because you might get some debuffs, but you don't need to remove them yet. They're not that bad, but then they build up and now they're really bad, or the key debuff lands and now you cast COOOL's debuff clear. Where with Proto-COOOL, it's just random if you resist the debuffs or not. He's still good against debuffs, and he is better than COOOL against charm and stun and that kind of thing. But overall, I think COOOL's anti-debuff is better. Also, there's command codes to block charm now, and you can actually have 2 copies of it. So there's some diminishing returns there for Proto-COOOL, where it's full value for regular COOOL. So in damage, they're fairly comparable. They're kind of apples and oranges, but COOOL's damage is definitely more straightforward and universal. On survivability, COOOL is objectively ahead, and more turns alive means more turns you can do damage. Also, Guts is a really good skill on a budget unit, because most budget units don't have invulnerability, they have evade. So enemies sure hit is really high value, and it's really hard to deal with for low stars. And one of the best ways of dealing with it is Guts, and COOOL has Guts, so it's a nice option to have. There's been many boss fights, so that's actually huge. It's not a rare niche that the debuff clear on COOOL or the Guts is exactly what you need to deal with the boss fight, and then you've got that good damage. COOOL is also significantly better at last man standing. He's the best 1 to 3 star at doing that, and it's a practical thing. Sometimes people act like last man standing or straight up soloing is just a contrived thing. It's not. It can be useful to have a unit in the back row or cycle through a taunt and have a unit clean up the boss fight. That is, COOOL not only can do that against basically every archer boss that they've ever made, and almost every berserker boss they've ever made, because COOOL also has his third passive now, which gives him bonus damage against berserkers, where Proto-COOOL has bonus damage against casters, which is definitely not as good. So COOOL is also good against berserkers anyway, because he's got evade and guts, so it prevents the berserkers from killing him really quickly. And then while COOOL is out, he's getting that massive bonus damage against them, which combined with his attack up is just a very large amount of damage. Some of the hardest bosses we've had in the game recently have been berserkers, like Asterios, Fluffy, the hardest boss fight for the main story. COOOL is the best budget damage dealer for that fight. That's very practical, and he works against every archer boss out there, and if you have to fight at neutral against an Avenger or a Moon Cancer or something strange like that, COOOL is absolutely one of the best options. I think COOOL has definitely earned his reputation as one of the best 3-stars in the game. Not saying Proto COOOL is bad, but COOOL is better than him in almost every respect. COOOL is absolutely S tier. He is definitely among the best budget units. I think all new players should level him unless you have happened to pull a ridiculously good Gold Lancer. But now let's talk about his competition, which has actually gotten a lot steeper in recent years. Now, ultimately, COOOL has no competition when it comes to Lancers. He is just better than all of them. But when it comes to best 3-star or 1 to 3-star in the game, I think his tightest competition these days is 100 Face Hassan and David. I put David above COOOL on my previous tier list, and 100 Face wasn't even S tier, she was A+ tier. But now, I am going to make 100 Face an S tier. Now, she has not been buffed, aside from the generic buffs with the coin system and those kinds of things. But the reason I'm evaluating her higher is because recent content has very much favored her. She has standed the test of time very well. And if anything, I think I underestimated her a little bit, even though I rated her very highly. She's as good against old content as she ever was. If you make a new account and you're playing through the game, she's going to do just as well as she always has. She is the best way of dealing with rider bosses and a lot of the demon pillars, like the Aussie demon pillar in Camelot, which is a rather difficult one. She is the best DPS option for those, hands down. She does rival COOOL on survivability. She is a very rare unit in having another 5-turn evade. Now, it doesn't linger like protection from arrows, but it is still good to have an evade on a 5-turn cooldown. And then she has a 4-turn heal. Now, her heal does remove all of her buffs when she casts it. However, it's generally pretty easy to cast it after her initial buffs have worn off. That's around the time you're going to have taken enough damage to want the large heal. And that heal, again, is a 4-turn cooldown. So she has a 4-turn cooldown heal and a 5-turn cooldown evade. Those buy time for each other, like we talked about with COOOL, so they become greater than the sum of their parts. When you fight major boss fights, really hard boss fights, like COOOL, she can rather easily stay alive for the entire boss fights. So while your other units are being cycled and dying and trying to get as much value as they can while they're there, 100 Face just keeps going and going and going. She not only is doing reasonable damage, but she offers the team some invaluable utility. And it's really easy to overlook this, and I think most people that talk about this unit overlook this, but it is one of, if not her greatest assets. Her NP has a 50% crit down for 3 turns. And most bosses don't have a 50% chance to crit, so most bosses become unable to crit when you're using her. And what is perfect about her is she's an art NP, she has 2 art cards, and she has decent NP gain regardless. She has an NP gain up skill, so she's easily able to NP every 3 turns, even on the most budget of teams. And because she's art, she synergizes very well with Caster Artoria that you could summon from your friends list, which is the best support in the game. So very good synergy there. That definitely favors her over COOOL, who is quick. Now, COOOL is so good, he's good regardless of the lack of quick support, but it is definitely something in 100 Face's favor in a practical situation. And when she NPs, she is doing decent damage because it's an upgraded NP. She also applies an art resist down to the enemy for 3 turns, which makes it even easier for her to get her NP again, and it'll make the next NP do more damage. Her evade comes with an 80% quick up, buster up, art up. Each 80% is independent. Essentially, the art up is the only one that matters. If it fails to land, it is not that big of a deal. She still does decent enough damage. She's more there to play the long game, not do burst damage. So if you miss it, it really doesn't matter, and you're going to recast her evade a few times, and you will get the art up eventually. You can give her the command code as well to give her buff success chance, which you may not have that success chance buff up while you go to use her second skill, but it does I'd say about half the time you will, if not greater than that, so it does increase the odds a fair bit. She has good star generation and good NP generation. She has decent damage. She has excellent survivability. She has great utility with the crit down. And lots of bosses that we've had recently, she has been perfect for. There's been multiple bosses in Lost Belt 7. She's an amazing DPS pick for. And like I said, demon pillars and all rider bosses she beats the crap out of. She's even good against Avenger bosses and things like that, beast bosses. She's good against Tiamat, the bat dude that I can't pronounce his name. So that's why she's gone up on the tier list. Her toolkit has stayed the same, but what it does is more valuable than ever now, and she was already valuable to begin with. She does everything you need a budget unit to do. Ultimately, though, I'm going to rate her lower than COOOL, and the reason for that is she is more susceptible to getting shut down by boss gimmicks. She doesn't have an answer to sure hit from the enemy. She doesn't have as much flexibility with being able to remove debuffs and guts to bail her out in tough situations. She's still very, very good. She's not way behind COOOL, and sometimes her crit down is better than anything COOOL can do, depending on the boss fight. And she does have that extra synergy with Castoria, so she's closer to COOOL than I think a lot of people give her credit for. I am absolutely making her S tier, but we are going to put her below COOOL. Now let's move on to David. Now, where 100 Face and COOOL are very comparable in that they're tanky damage dealers, David is a little bit different. He is a damage dealer. Some people don't see that, but he has an upgraded NP. He has an attack up buff. He's got a decent attack stat. He does perfectly good damage. He absolutely can kill saber bosses for you. He also has anti-berserker like COOOL does. However, David has massive team support. Very simple ability, but his second skill does a small heal to the team and gives every unit on the team evade for 1 hit, unlimited duration. Also, like COOOL, you can do it behind a taunt wall, which is a very common tactic for free-to-play stuff, where you've got taunt, you give evade to the team, the enemy can't attack 2 out of 3 of the team, so they'll keep that evade until the taunt is gone, and then they finally get rid of the evade, probably through an NP or something like that. And then now David has had loads of time to get off cooldown, and he can cast the evade again. So you basically can have back-to-back evades when you combine it with a taunt like that. It's very good. He also has his own personal survivability, so if you needed to wait to cast his evade, if you need to wait to sync it up with the enemy's NP and you don't have a taunt, he generally won't just fall over and die in a turn because he has a heal on his first skill and a 50% defense up for 1 turn, so he can generally stick around for when you need him. And he has the tried and true charisma for the team, which that alone is not massive support, but it's a nice bonus to have. It means he's not slowing your damage down. He's going to help contribute. And then his NP, which is probably the worst thing in his kit, although it can do a lot of damage, it's upgraded, he gets that attack up, you might be fighting a berserker, it can do a lot of damage, but it comes with a skill seal, and because it's tied to his NP, you don't have a lot of control of when it goes off. And I have found many boss fights over the years where I need to use David's NP because I want the damage, but then the skill seal is just bad, and it's just bad timing for when I have his NP, and it can guarantee the enemy attacks you a lot more than you want. It is actually a negative. I find skill seal is best on a skill, so you can avoid using it at bad times. So that is the one negative on David. That being said, he offers you a support that no other free-to-play unit can. That team-wide evade, allowing the whole team to survive an enemy's NP. When you combine that with your Mystic Code, giving a unit survival against an NP, a damage dealer like COOOL or Deermid or Ushi that has their own way of surviving an NP, it gives you many ways of surviving repeat high damage turns from the boss. That is invaluable. That being said, I have found myself using him less recently, not because he's not good enough, but there have just been a lot of bosses in recent years that they're not like Gwaine, for example, where they're about spamming strong AoE NPs. When you're facing a lot of consistent normal card damage or AoE normal attacks and things like that, I think you get more use out of units like Hans, Chen Gong, Nash, things like that. But I have still found plenty of times to use David. You will use them, I think, anytime you fight a Saber, and probably anytime you fight a Berserker as a free-to-play player. I would say an absolute must level. Even when you're summoning your friends Merlin or Castoria, you oftentimes need another support to cooperate with them, like I've talked about, and David is an absolute staple for that. You really are going to want Mozart, David, Hans, Chen Gong. Those are the budget staples. They'll cover all of your bases. They synergize very well with the really strong meta supports. And then as a bonus, This is why I think David is just the go-to archer to level these days. He gives you that backbone support, but he also gives you perfectly acceptable damage. When you just need archer to kill saber and even archer to kill berserker, he is good enough to do that. He's not the best, generally speaking, but he's absolutely good enough. He also has a niche, not against super large foes, against giant foes, which they generally give the giant trait to humanoids that are big, things like King Protea, stuff like that. It's because of Goliath. You want it to be like humanoid big boys, not necessarily giant dragon monsters and things like that. But it works on Ivan, Darius, Paul Bunyan, funnily enough. There's been several bosses that's actually come up. It's actually come up more than I thought it would since they added that buff. But the main bonus to his NP buff is it just does more damage. So I have really struggled with this one. I have found more bosses recently that I think favors COOOL than David, but I've still used David plenty, and a lot of older content I would actually say favors David more than COOOL. But even though David hasn't seen as much use lately, I think I'm still going to rate him as the best 3-star in the game. And the reason for that is it's just such a good option to have in your back pocket. It is so universal. Damage dealers are great. Last man standing units are great. But when you have to fight at neutral, when you have to fight archers, when you have to fight berserkers, that's 3 times that COOOL is really good. David, you will sometimes even use when you're fighting lancers, which counterclass him, because his team support is that good. That speaks volumes to just how useful he is. And if you are fighting, so I think he earns his spot as the top budget unit in the game, because you're just getting so much out of one unit. He is so reliable and he's so unique in what he can offer you. Geronimo, spoilers, he's not S tier. He is not as bad as a lot of people make him out to be. Let's just address the elephant in the room. His skills are very stupid. His first and third skill especially are just completely pointless. He has one skill that's Buster Up, one skill that's Art Up, one skill that's Quick Up. You can just tell back in the day when they were making this unit, they just had a like drunken moment of like, wouldn't it be cool if every skill in his toolkit was one of the card effect ups? This makes no sense. He does not, it's not like he gives himself more Buster cards when he does the Buster Up or more Quick cards when he does the Quick Up. For God's sakes, he only has one Quick card and his NP is Art. So his Quick Up affects one card in his deck and he's a fucking caster. It doesn't even last 3 turns. It lasts 1 turn. It is so bad. Now, it is a 50% Quick Up and Buster Up and Art Up. The Art Up is actually good because he actually has Art cards and he has an Art NP. So it's a standard big damage up skill. So the Art one is fine. There's really no problem there. The Art one is totally fine. So it's solid damage for a caster. AoE caster anyway. His NP has a rather nice niche on it actually. I found uses for it. Gives the team a little bit of debuff resistance and then heals everybody. So if you need an AoE caster and he's working with Hans or something, them combined can do some nice team healing for you. That's actually quite good. The problem is, as good as that is, it's hard to justify bringing him because his other skills are so bad. All they gotta do to fix Geronimo is put like a battery on his Buster Up and put an evade on his Quick Up. Problem solved. People are always saying make his skills AoE or something, but that's ridiculous. You're not gonna use Geronimo as your support when you've got Mozart out there, and it's not like you need a Buster Art quick support all at once. That's just not a thing. So although he's got some raw value with his second skill and his NP is excellent, ultimately there's rarely a reason to use him. I do think he's better than the other like famously bad units, but he's not way ahead of them. I think it's fair to put him in C+, but I would say lower than the other ones we've talked about because his skills are just so vanilla. They just don't do that much. He is a one-trick pony with the NP being good. I think he's right between bottom of C+ and top of C, but I will give him the C+ because his NP is legitimately more useful than some of the other caster NPs out there. Babbage has a massive 40% attack up that lasts a whopping 3 turns, only on a 5-turn cooldown. However, a good chunk of that just goes into the fact that he has a low attack stat and he's a caster with a lower damage mod. Still, 40% is a lot, and it does result in him being able to do some decent damage. It also comes with an invulnerability, which is incredibly rare for low stars. Low stars are almost all evade, so that is nice. However, he's still limited to mostly being used against assassins and berserkers, So a lot of times if a boss has a sure hit gimmick, they're likely to be a class that it's not worth bringing him at neutral. He's not so good that you want to use him at neutral, unfortunately. But he does do the job at killing assassins really well. He is the best single target caster in the game because we don't fucking have one. Not an FP summon anyways. He basically gets single target damage through his large crits and decently hard-hitting AoE NP. However, he's not the equal of units like COOOL, 100 Face, and Ushi. They buffed Babbage since my last tier list video. They buffed his third skill, and this is a massive buff. When compared to Kiyohime or Jekyll and Hyde's buff, it's just ridiculous. It's confusing how they even make some buffs that strong and others so weak. So they gave him a 30 Star Bomb, which is an amazing Star Bomb. It's up there with Mozart. You can enable other units to crit. He has a Star Absorb skill, but you don't have to use it with the Star Bomb, so you have the option, which is really good. He gets a 100% crit damage up for 1 turn, and a 3-turn NP damage up. His NP damage up used to be 1 turn. Making it 3 turns was very helpful for him, because now that he's got all this crit stuff tied to it, you might want to cast this skill on a turn you're not NPing. So they had the foresight to make it 3 turns, so you can do the crit turn and then NP later and still get the NP damage up. So very nice synergy there. Also only a 5-turn cooldown, so a 30 Star Bomb and a giant crit buff on a 5-turn cooldown is excellent. And then his first skill is NP gain rate and then Star Absorption, which is rather optional. If you don't want him to take the stars, you cannot use it. Missing out on the NP gain rate is not that big of a deal, so you can use it whenever you want. And then his NP is upgraded, which if it wasn't, he might have a problem, but that really does help offset his low attack stat and caster damage mod. His NP also does a defense down, which can stack with all his other damage abilities if you NP and do a crit, so that's nice. But there's no other effect on his NP, so he really is just a damage beat stick that also has some nice survivability. But that's what you need. He is the best raw assassin killer, I would say, because of his high normal card damage. It's a shame his NP isn't single target, because for farming and even AoE challenge quests, he doesn't have the best uptime on repeat NPing. So if you want the AoE damage, there's better options. So at that point, you'd rather just have the single target damage to go along with his big crit damage and stuff, which is more aimed at single target. I'm honestly tempted to put him in A+ tier, but I think really high A is correct. It's a tough call. The main reason why he's A and not A+ is because there's counter synergy with his NP being AoE and his toolkit being single target. Because like I said, if it's an AoE situation, there's better options, but he still ends up being AoE, so that does hurt you. But his skill set is so strong that he can compensate for that quite a bit, and I think A is fair, but I don't think he does as well against assassins as, for example, Proto-Coup will do against Lancers. So I think that it justifies making him A tier instead of A+, but I do think he is very high A tier. Definitely Babbage's biggest competition. His first skill is a 30% battery, which is a perfect number to work with the new passive system where you can get the 20% starting battery. There's 50%. We've talked about this a few times. Also, he can use it after NPing the first time. We'll get more into that in a minute. His first skill also comes with a 50% debuff resist all debuffs for 3 turns. So much like Proto-Coup, he has preemptive anti-debuff, which is very nice. He also has a nice crit up ability. 50% for 3 turns, so it does linger, but his burst damage is nowhere near Babbage when it comes to normal card damage. And his attack buff is not as big, and you can't really use it as reliably, but we'll get into that in a second. Then his second skill is protection from arrows, exactly the same as Proto-Coup and all that. The defense up is actually a little bit larger. That's not very practical, though. And then I'm going to talk about his third skill last, so let's just go ahead and cover the NP. It's upgraded just like Babbage. It has a defense down just like Babbage. And it has a minor burn effect, which is mostly flavor. And then he also gives himself a 20% buster up before NP damage, and here's the good part, it lasts 3 turns. Now, he can double NP rather easily, so you can actually double up on that buff, but it gets difficult to NP after the second one. Caster Coup has been buffed since the last time we talked about him, and he has an attack up buff on his third skill now. Now, this is kind of a weird buff. It's one of the few times that they buff a unit, and in some ways, it's a negative. But I would say for him, overall, his buff outweighs the negatives, and there's more positives than negatives. His skill before was just debuff clear and a small heal on a short cooldown. So you could have pretty consistent anti-debuff. But now, if you cast that third skill, you will give yourself a 30% attack buff, which is really nice. If you're going to NP, you get that buster up and you get the attack buff. Now you have a lot of damage up. You will give yourself a guts for 1 turn only. The negative is on the next turn, you will kill yourself, and it's a sacrifice effect, which he gives himself guts, but if the enemy procs his guts on that 1 turn, then you will kill yourself, so it makes the guts unusable for typical survivability reasons, so he doesn't get to live like regular COOOL does. However, he also gives himself an 80% battery, so it's very easy to NP straight into another NP. If you didn't use like 2 of his art cards that turn or get an art crit or something, you can get the leftover battery through his first skill. This is extremely good for farming because it allows him to clear 2 waves, just boom, boom, with almost no help from other units. And with that attack up and buster up, it's pretty easy for him to clear typical assassin waves and even berserker waves. But for challenge quest content, it's still good. Being able to double NP like that with all those damage up abilities is quite nice. However, you're not always going to need that. You might even need to wait because of break bar gimmicks and things like that. Not too often, but more likely than not, he's not going to have enough damage to go that fast anyway. He is still a 3-star in AoE. But what can happen is you need to clear debuffs, and it's a terrible time to cast his sacrifice ability, which basically gets rid of all of his HP. His guts will bring him back with 3,000, but you're dunking on your own HP there. You're whiffing the heal, and it just might be a bad time for the battery and everything else. So it is actually quite awkward. However, it can be good. Sometimes his survivability from PFA allows him to just wait to do the third skill when he wants. You NP the first time, then you've used the third skill, and boom, you NP again. So for straight AoE situations, I think he's better than Babbage because he can repeat NP easier. He gets that buster up every time. He also has that decent survivability, although Babbage has the unique invulnerability instead of the evade. So if you are fighting a boss that is an assassin and has sure hit, then Babbage is absolutely better, even if it is even if it is an AoE situation. But I will say, if your caster COOOL is like NP2 or NP1, Babbage is definitely better than him. But if your caster COOOL is NP5, they're very comparable to each other. Babbage gets the favor in single target situations, though, and caster COOOL gets the favor in AoE situations. Because we're focusing more on challenge quest content, there is definitely a lot of AoE boss fights these days, but there's more single target still. So I'll give the slight nod to Babbage just because of that, due to the list being more aimed at challenging content. But as is, they are very comparable to each other. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about this because I've said we have no single target FP summon caster several times. And some people will say, but Medea! Medea is an AoE Noble Phantasm that for some reason only hits 1 enemy. I wish I was joking, but that's actually what's happening under the hood when it comes to her numbers. Her NP damage is absolutely pathetic because of that, and unlike Babbage and caster COOOL, she doesn't have any damage up abilities. She doesn't have NP up, art up, attack up, defense down, nothing. So in terms of actual NP damage, she's terrible. She's essentially crappy AoE damage that only hits 1 opponent. So you never want to bring her for NP damage. That's just not what she's useful for. Thankfully, she has buff removal on her NP, and she can get her NP extremely easily because her battery skill is over 100% battery, so she can always get her NP if you want her to. So if you need her to just remove buffs, she can show up, click battery skill, stab enemy, and that's that. However, she's got some problems these days because they've added a lot of other units that have buff removal for low stars now. She used to be very unique in that. However, she can use her buff removal multiple times in a short period of time because she has a triple art deck, good NP gain, massive battery skill, and NP gain up skill as well. And her NP's overcharge effect is a large battery. So it's incredibly easy for her to NP multiple times in a short period of time. Although on a budget team, I will say she doesn't have so much overcharge. She's not going to naturally loop generally. You still need those art cards to pop up in the deck at the right time. However, she has a few other things in her favor. Her NP gain buff can actually be given to other units, and it comes with a debuff clear, which is actually pretty good. There's not that much anti-debuff for the team. Most units with anti-debuff are like COOOL and Darius, and they only do it for themselves. So a targeted anti-debuff is quite nice. She's overall a much better unit than Sanson, so it's a good option to have. She also has a heal, It's on a 4-turn cooldown like 100 face. However, it does not remove her own buffs, so that's good. The heal is smaller, but it's still 2,500, which is decent. So she has some okay soft survivability with that, especially if you rank up the skill. It makes the heal decently large on a very short cooldown. But if you're not going to level the skill, it ends up being rather weak. Its default heal is actually only 500. It ends up gaining a lot of points per rank. So ultimately, she has very bad damage. She has some nice utility with the buff removal, but there's other units that can do that. But she can get her NP very easily, but there's more units than ever that can do that with the new passive system. But I think she's still worthy of a B+, because it is solid utility. It is damage. I don't know if I would say it's good damage, but she has damage. And the utility is at least unique enough that I still think she's better than Taiga and William Tell, because sometimes you need her and Alex, actually. I've seen several boss fights like that, where Taiga and William Tell, there's actually no practical reason to use them, even though they do well enough to keep up. There is some practical reason to use Medea from time to time, so I think she does deserve high B+ still. Alright, Boudica. This one's going to be a little tricky to talk about. I find her performance can vary wildly depending on your account's options. So from just her skills, she's got a 20% art up, a 50% crit up, both last 3 turns, targeted heal, and guts. And then the niche with the anti-Roman. And then her NP, which is easier to get than ever now because of the coin system with the 20% starting NP passive, which I think makes her a lot better. Because she has a decent NP, but she kind of needs it, or the unit doesn't offer enough support. I think her skills alone are not enough to keep up with Hans and Chen Gong, generally speaking. But her NP is a 1-turn 20% defense up, based on overcharge though, so it can be higher. And then a 3-turn 20% defense up, which that one is just flat. And then it also comes with a 20% attack up for 3 turns, but that's also overcharge. So if you get her NP, she's giving you a 20% defense up for 3 turns, a 20% attack up for 3 turns, a 20% art up for 3 turns, and a 50% crit up for 3 turns, and then the 1-turn defense up on top of that. That's pretty good. She's not enough to be a dedicated art support. 20% art up is just not enough. But if she's working with Nash or she's working with Mozart or something like that, she can be pretty good. If you happen to be fighting Romans, then she's absolutely good. She's actually really, really good anytime you fight a Roman boss. Romans don't pop up as enemy bosses often enough. It's easy to forget that you have Boudica as an option, to be honest. And if you happen to have Super Romulus, or you're wanting to summon him from your friends list a lot, which that's not a very common thing to do, but if you do have him and you can turn the enemies into Romans, she is much more useful at that point. If you have Super Romulus and you're planning on using him a lot, maybe you like the character, then you absolutely should level Boudica, because that synergy is not a meme. That's actually a really, really great budget support on a team that has Super Romulus. But overall, I think she is pretty niche. But I think she still makes B+. I think because when you are fighting Romans, she's so good, and her baseline support is actually very acceptable. I'd actually put her around Medea, maybe not quite as high, because Medea's buff removal really is useful with the debuff clear and all that. But yeah, I do think B+ is fair. Let's talk about Ushi Wakamaru. This might take a minute. Alright, she has been buffed since the last tier list video. She has a team-wide 20% attack up, a personal 50% crit buff, and a 20 star bomb. It's only a 5-turn cooldown, which that's quite nice. It adds a lot of consistency to her damage now. Didn't change her peak performance though as much as I thought it would, to be honest. She also has a team-wide 20% NP gain buff, 5-turn cooldown as well, last 3 turns, and then she gives herself a 20% quick buff. That combined with her attack up, she has an upgraded NP, the quick up, the attack up. That's a lot of damage, makes her a very good boss nuker. And then she has a evade skill, 6-turn cooldown, which is the standard, and then she's got a 100% star gen up on it, which sounds like a lot, but because her hit counts are so low, in practicality, it really doesn't do a lot. She does have the writing passive at A+, so that's another 11% quick up. So when you combine all of these things and her upgraded NP, she is doing very good damage. Her NP also has a star gen up on it, but same problem as before, and there's no other effect on the NP, so it's just a lot of damage. She does exactly what you need a boss killer to do. She gets her NP decently quickly. As a bonus, she gives you all this team support, which is rather nice, and then she has hard survival to help survive high damage bosses and NP spam and things like that. Now, I have tested her against a lot of the other top tiers many, many times when each individual unit is in their counterclass situation, when they're fighting the same boss and they're all at neutral, burst fights, long-term fights. I've tested Ushi quite a lot over the years, and what I've generally found, her most direct comparison is 100 Face, both when they're grailed and both when they're not grailed. They generally have the most comparable performances out of the top tiers, I find, where she's noticeably behind COOOL, generally speaking. It depends on the fight, though. But what I have found is in longer fights, 100 Face comes out well ahead of Ushi, and that's because 100 Face just keeps going. She has so much more survivability when she's got the shorter cooldown evade and the heal, and they play off of each other. And the crit down I have found to be more useful in a lot of boss fights than Ushi's team-wide attack up and NP gain buff, which I think a lot of people wouldn't think that, but that does generally happen, I find. However, even though Ushi's a fair bit behind in those longer fights, in the shorter fights, Ushi is ahead. The thing is, she's not ahead by as much as 100 Face is ahead in the longer fights. Like, 100 Face is still very good in the burst fights, where Ushi is better, but it's not by a complete landslide. Although some of that is because you can only be so valuable. You can only break the health bar once per turn and things like that, so that kind of puts her at a disadvantage. But because of that, ultimately, I do think she's less useful than 100 Face, and I can say this with all my accounts and all my experience playing this game, that when you're fighting a nasty archer boss, COOOL does better by a lot than when Ushi is fighting a nasty caster boss. And if you're fighting a nasty rider boss, 100 Face does better than Ushi. And then when you're fighting a beast and maybe everyone's neutral, generally COOOL and 100 Face are definitely doing better. Now, she doesn't really have a direct comparison with David because David is so much about his team-wide evade, so that one doesn't really matter. So I was going to put Ushi at top A+. I was going to put her ahead of Proto-COOOL. However, regardless of her performing a bit weaker than COOOL and 100 Face, that doesn't mean she's performing bad. She's still performing excellent, and she's still, on every account, my go-to rider. Now, I'll use other riders a lot of times just to test them out and that kind of thing, but if I'm being practical or if I've got an account that's only going to level up one rider, it's always Ushi. One of the biggest drawbacks I can think of that she shares with COOOL, although I think it affects her a bit more, is there is no budget quick support. That's obviously not Ushi's fault. It's not a problem with her toolkit, but it does have to do with like 100 Face, because 100 Face gets to work with Mozart and things like that, where Ushi just has the generic stuff anybody can work with, like MASH and Hans. And this affects her relative performance to Mandricardo, which we will talk about that. But I still think she's S tier. She is still an amazing pick for a budget rider. If you're lacking a single target rider, she is generally the one I would recommend you level. But the competition is Mandricardo, so let's talk about him. He has a team-wide 20% attack up, just like Ushi, where she has the Star Bomb and the Giant Crit buff. He has a personal defense buff, which is 30%, which is a decent amount, especially if you're combining it with MASH or something like that. Then he has a Quick Up and an Art Up for himself, also 3 turns, also 20% each, and a Taunt, which it's kind of bad that the taunt is connected to that damage up skill because it can force you to cast it at a bad time. However, having the taunt as an option is still useful. Taunts are very, very good. If you've got a turn where he's already done all of his usefulness, he's done his damage, maybe it's a multi-class enemy boss fight where their class is all over the place with different enemies, and you don't need a rider anymore, it's nice to have the taunt to maybe soak in NP from the enemy and then bring in the new damage. There's got a lot of uses. I mean, taunt is fantastic, but it is only 1 turn, and it is tied to his damage skill, so that can be a little tricky. But you can always cast it with the defense up, and he's pretty likely to survive if you want him to. And then the big gimmick is his second skill is a whopping 50% attack buff and 100% crit buff. However, the next time he attacks, he will kill himself. You can only save him with guts. And if you attack multiple times, he'll kill himself multiple times. So you have to be very careful with that. He's only allowed to do the skill if he's 50% HP or lower. So you might have times you're at 55% HP, he's used up his usefulness, you just want to NP and do a bunch of damage and cycle to another unit, and you can't. I've actually had that happen more times than I expected when the unit first came out, to be honest. Especially with the taunt, you'd think you could taunt into the NP, and sometimes that works, but sometimes it really doesn't. And then he does not have an upgraded NP, which I think really, really sucks because Ushi has a bunch of damage up abilities. She's got crit up, attack up, quick up, and an upgraded NP. Where Mandricardo has the attack up and he's got the art up, and his NP even comes with another art up. But because he doesn't have any hard survival, Ushi's got an evade, and Ushi's got that crit buff, and it's very easy and consistent in the Star Bomb and team support with the NP game. Him not having a really noticeable damage upgrade compared to her, it doesn't feel very fair. He doesn't have hard survivability, and from a new player's perspective, free-to-play perspective, budget perspective, those kinds of things, it's very useful to have hard survivability. Even when you are summoning your friends Castor Artoria or Waver to help you out with those kinds of things, it's good for your damage dealer to also be able to take care of themselves. So I wish he had a lot more damage than Ushi to compensate for him killing himself and him not having the survivability. Whereas their damage is somewhat comparable. Overall, I actually think Ushi's is better because of the ease of the crit damage buff and things like that. But they're close in damage, generally speaking. And he can sometimes loop better because he's an art NP, where Ushi is a quick up. Now let's really talk about this, because that is the key difference between them. Is he gets to work with Castor Artoria, and from the budget side of things, Mozart, Hohenheim, Boudica, where Ushi just gets to work with the two scatties, potentially, the ruler and the caster one, and then just generic low star supports that anyone could work with, like Hans and Mash and that kind of thing. So that does favor Mandricardo a lot. Now, there's a few things, however. I really do think Ushi's base performance is just better than his. So that offsets her not being able to work with as good of supports to a degree. And it's not like Scatty and Waver are bad for Ushi. Obviously, they do very well. Also, there's just circumstances where you're not going to get to summon your friend support. A prominent caster boss is Demeter in Lost Belt 5. You're not allowed to summon a friend support, so you've got to use your riders on their own. I think in that fight, both Ushi and Mandricardo are really good in that fight. But I do think Ushi, especially with her recent buff, does come out ahead a little bit. But honestly, normally when I do that fight, I just use both of them together. So it really does come down to Mandricardo has better synergy with the current meta supports, if you will, but you're not always going to have access to those, especially if you yourself don't have one. So here would be my recommendation. If you happen to have Castor Artoria yourself, I would pick Mandricardo. Like, I needed a low star rider. I didn't have a good gold one, or I didn't have an art one to work with Castor Artoria. I would pick him. If I was having to rely only on my friends Castor Artoria, I would level Ushi. Now that might sound strange, but it's a few things. It's one, you're not always going to have access to the friend system, but two, you can't do double Castoria and things like that. If I'm just going to have the one Castoria, as nice as that is, it's not that much better than just the one Scatty or the one Waver or something like that you could summon for Ushi. And then Ushi being better out of the box and being more self-sufficient, being a better last man standing, especially because of the evade, that is enough to make Ushi ahead. And I really have found that when your damage dealing unit does not have any form of hard survival, there is just boss fight after boss fight after boss fight that can screw you over on. If you've got two Castorias or two meta supports, a lot of times you can compensate for that without any major issue. But if you're only using the friend support one, it's still very much an issue. And then all those fights where you don't have the friend support. So because of that, I think it's only fair to put him in A+. But from this list perspective, he is good. He gets the job done. He does very well. Loops fairly easily, but the lack of survivability is a noticeable problem. It is a little awkward with the taunt, so I don't think he performs as well as the other options on here. You might think that's it for the S tiers for the low stars, but then in comes Zhu Fu. She is ridiculously good. I don't even know where to start with this. When I first saw her when she was added, I wasn't sure how good she was going to be. But now that I've used her a good bit, she is absolutely amazing. She has a targetable 30% battery. There is no other low star that has that. Shakespeare's 20%, Mash is 20%, Chen Gong's 10%. There just is no other low star unit that can give anyone a 30% battery. And 30% is a very good number because you've got the 20% starting NP passive now with the coin system. 20 plus 30 is 50. We can do math. This is great. And there's just a lot of other units that have their own 20% batteries and things like that. So it's just a very good number to hit those practical breakpoints. It also comes with a buff removal resist. Sadly, only for one turn. I really wish it was 2 or 3 turns to be more flexible. But that's a very rare effect, especially for low stars. And there are many boss fights when you break a health bar, they automatically will remove your buffs and things like that. So having the option to use this is huge. Now, it's niche, but it's still a very helpful and important niche, I would say. She also has a extra effect on this third skill, which is the battery, that gives you specifically, Consort you specifically, a NP damage up. Now that is so niche, and something that kind of annoys me actually is Zhu Fu is mostly an art support. We'll get into that. And then both Yu's are, one's Buster and one's Quick, so neither of them are art. So she's not as optimal of a support for Yu. But if you do have Yu and you don't have all the high-end meta supports, it's still really worthwhile using Zhu Fu for her. But anyway, back to her toolkit. Her second skill is a team-wide art up 20%, a team-wide crit up 30%, and then bonus damage to undead 30% for 3 turns. So it's pretty niche, but it's good to have. And then she has a crit down, which, as I've talked about many times, crit down is super useful. It is so nice to have the support unit be able to just show up, cast the crit down, buy you time for another crit down, maybe 100 faces crit down or whatever you're doing. It really helps you just have endless crit down and not explode to boss attacks. And it's nice art support. And the crit up synergizes well with her NP, but we'll get into that in a second. And then she has a team-wide heal for 2,000, and then she removes 1 debuff, only 1, so it's not a full debuff clear, so she's certainly not replacing Asclepius, but it's still a nice bonus to have. You're never going to complain about a little extra anti-debuff. And then she has team-wide NP gain up 30%. This is so nice for quick and art units especially, but it's super good for art units because she gives them the art up and the NP gain buff, so she's contributing a lot to them being able to loop. It's good for 100 face. That's good for Antonio. We'll get to that in a minute. It's good for Mandricardo and those kinds of units. But you're never going to complain about an NP gain buff, even if you're a Buster unit. And then her NP does no damage. It heals her health by 5,000, and then she will heal herself for 1,000 or more, depending on overcharge, every turn for 5 turns. So a massive amount of survivability for her. And then she also makes 20 stars every turn. And here's the kicker, for 5 turns. The one drawback is she's still a low star, and she has no hard survival, she just has a lot of healing. So she can die to an enemy's NP rather easily, and that may well happen within the 5 turns of her star gen skill. So although she can theoretically make a ridiculous amount of stars, and even get her NP up again before the 5 turns is up, you're probably not going to want to dedicate the art cards in your deck that pop up to her. You're probably going to want to focus on the damage dealer getting their NP. So you end up ignoring her NP gain a lot. You might NP 1 time and that's it. And it's just decently likely that she'll die to an enemy's NP before the 5 turns are up. But it's still good. It's still a lot of stars. It synergizes with her team-wide crit buff. But I'm going to be honest, you mostly use her to show up, battery someone, give them a bunch of buffs. If there's a debuff, you can get rid of that. But you want to give someone the art up, the NP gain up. And then if she dies after that, you don't really care. She's got really good burst support. But the nice thing is if she does happen to linger, she maybe lives longer than you thought, she just happens to not get attacked, things like that, then her NP gives her that long-term value as well. And that's why she's so good. She's absolutely S tier. I think I'd put her under 100 face, but I think above Ushi. Excuse me, this is Editor Green. Past Green forgot to mention a rather important detail about Zhu Fu. She is an alter ego, the only one for 1 to 3 stars and in the FP summon. And although that is a handy class to have in fighting a foreigner, she is not a damage dealer in any way. So it's not going to be like Ushi against a caster boss by any means, but it's a nice backup option to have. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. As for Asclepius, he is the absolute best low-star anti-debuff servant. It's not even close. He barely even has competition. Even when compared to high-star supports, he's better at pure anti-debuff. He does give you a team-wide 20% battery, and the fact that it's team-wide is excellent. That's very, very good. But he doesn't give you any kind of damage support whatsoever. He's purely defensive. He's focused on healing and anti-debuff, and he does have an NP seal, though, which is nice. So let's just go one at a time here. His first skill is a 5,000 heal targeted, and that's much larger than normal. And then the really good part about it is it's a targetable 3-turn all debuff resist up. Extremely good for nasty debuff fights. And if they also have a magic resist passive, you're over 50% now. It's very, very nice. His second skill is the NP seal. It's for 1 enemy, and then it is NP gain rate 30%, which is the same as Jufu's for everybody. And then the third skill is 20% battery for everyone, and then removes all debuffs. Now, I do wish that those 2 skills weren't tied together. I wish they were split up a bit differently, because there are definitely times where Asclepius might show up from your back row, and you need to immediately get rid of debuffs, or you need to immediately battery, and you haven't gotten the debuffs yet. So it's actually easy to whiff one of the 2 skills. However, there certainly are times you can use them both together. It's not a big deal. I have found it is best when you set up Asclepius where he's not going to need to battery immediately. It's not necessary. That way you can wait for the turn to remove the debuffs. And generally by then you've probably NP'd and you're looking to now NP again. And low stars don't loop as well as high stars, generally speaking. So the 20% is probably not going to whiff at that point. And then his NP, which is quite easy to get because of his self-battery, comes with a debuff immunity for the entire team, but it's only one time. And then he gives everyone but himself guts, and then he heals everybody every turn for 3 turns, and that one's based on overcharge. So very similar to Hans and that repeat heal value, and then as a bonus, he can actually give hard survivability to other units, and that's very rare for low stars like that. However, he can't save himself, which is... And there are some units that's fine. You don't need them to be selfish like that. But Asclepius is so good, and he's got that repeat value with just healing over and over, and then buying time to get his debuff clears again. You actually generally want him to stick around. So it's a shame that he can't give that guts to himself, because his skills don't have any hard survivability. So he is very susceptible to dying to an enemy's AoE NP. You can combine him though with Mash or David rather easily, and that works pretty well. You can also combine him with Zhu Fu, so you're doubling up on the anti-debuff, and now you've got the 20% battery and her 30% battery, so that can be good. But she doesn't give him hard survivability, so he can still die fairly easily. That's really the main thing that's stopping him from being S tier. He has an absolutely amazing toolkit, but it is difficult for low stars to keep him alive, even if you're summoning your friend's Castoria and you're using your own Asclepius as a backup support. A very practical setup, by the way. He's still probably going to die sooner than you want him to. That being said, even if he dies sooner than you want him to, he's still already giving you more value than most low star alternatives can. So I think like absolute top of A+ is fair. The main reason I don't just slap him in S tier, and it's close, and I think there's an argument to be made that he should be S tier, but I don't find I use him quite as much as Zhu Fu since she came out. And there's just some boss fights, actually there's plenty of boss fights where there are no notable debuffs. And although he's still somewhat useful there, I find if you're just wanting raw survivability, Hans is better, because Hans can repeat NP a bit easier than Asclepius can, and he has the chance to land the defense buff. And Hans' star gen ends up being really nice. I really do just find Hans is a bit more universal than Asclepius. But you still use Asclepius plenty. You might not have him though because he is story locked, but he's worth the effort to get. I think out of all the low stars, I would say he is the most worth it to get, simply because there's no substituting how good he is at anti-debuff. And honestly, now that I say that, I think he really does need to be S tier, because if you're getting fucked up by debuffs, he is the pick. There's no substitute, and that is an important enough niche that I do think S tier is warranted. It's tough because there's plenty of fights where you're not going to need him, but when you need him, you really need him. So I'd say low S, very low S or very high A. That's almost an arbitrary distinction, to be honest, so it doesn't really matter. Sticking with the 3 stars that are story locked, let's talk about Antonio Salieri. He is the only 3-star Avenger. So the problem with Antonio is he is needed for boss killing, generally single target. Most major ruler boss fights in the main story and such are single target fights. But he has an AoE NP, and then his skills are aimed at critting and single target damage as well. So those are at odds with each other. And it's not like his NP is incredibly good at looping. It's only a 3 hit count, but it is art, so he gets to work with Castoria and things like that. However, he doesn't have an NP gain up or a battery or anything like that to make it easier. His first skill is a 30% crit up and 10 stars per turn. The crit up in basically every skill that he has that we're about to talk about lasts for 5 turns, but they only work 3 times. Now for the crit buff, it might take you a few turns to get 3 crits out of him, depending on what kind of setup you're using. But because you have 5 turns, you will probably get 3 crits out of this skill, so that is good. Second skill is 3 hits as well, and it is a 30% art up. This one will go away pretty quickly because his NP is also art, and he has 2 art cards. But if you happen to use it and you NP and you didn't have any art cards, it can still linger for the next turn or so to eventually give you the value. So it's kind of like a 1-turn art up in terms of total value it can get, but you don't have to get the lucky hand, which is not so bad when you think about it that way, but it's obviously not as good as the units that have universal 3-turn quick ups or buster ups, etc. And his last skill has been buffed since the last tier list video. It is a defense down, also with the 3 hits. Now this one will go away almost always in 1 turn because if anything attacks the enemy, it'll take up the defense down charge, and you will always attack 3 times per turn unless you use a support NP. But this skill also comes with a large star absorb for 1 turn and a large crit up for 1 turn. It's 100% crit up. So combined with his other skill, you get 130% crit damage. Now, his first skill with the 10 stars per turn is not enough to always guarantee critting, but if you used any quick cards last turn, or you have something like Hans on the team, you will very easily crit the next turn, and that's when you'd want to use this skill. And it does do a decent job of nuking major bosses. However, Antonio is not nearly as good at killing ruler bosses as, for example, Ushi is at killing caster bosses and other units like that. Something in Antonio's favor, though, is most major ruler boss fights are scaled with neutral class or berserkers in mind. They're not normally as high statted, but there's no way around it. His performance at boss killing is not as good as the other classes. He probably would be, though, if his NP was single target, but it is AoE, and that's not very useful for this kind of thing. It is okay for farming, but you generally have better options out there, even as a free-to-play. But he can loop decently well, and because he's an Avenger, he's neutral against many things. His NP is not upgraded, though, so even with his art up, the damage is fairly mid-core. It does do an art resist down after damage, but it also debuffs your team with star generation down for 3 turns, which isn't too big of a deal, but it's not a good thing. He has a very high attack stat for a 3-star, and then because of Avenger's special damage mod, he does do decent damage, but he has very low HP. He has no hard survival in his toolkit. He has no soft survival in his toolkit, so he can die incredibly easily unless you protect him. And I find he's not that strong of a unit that sacrificing a lot to protect him is normally not worth it. Oftentimes when fighting rulers, you really are better off protecting a berserker to kill them, but Antonio is still a good backup option after the berserker dies or something like that. So he is good to have, but unlike Asclepius, I wouldn't really recommend sacrificing a lot to try to obtain him. Even once you have him, you're still going to want to get a gold Avenger like Lobo or something, just because Antonio on his own doesn't really cut it. So I have to place him just in B tier. He does do an okay job for what you need an Avenger to do, but it's very basic, and there's a lot of negatives that come along with him. But at least the crit damage is good. Let's talk about the AoE Lancers now. We'll start off with Hector, who I honestly don't remember if his buff for his first skill happened during my last tier list video or after it, and I'm too lazy to check. But either way, his NP has been buffed and they buffed his first skill. His skill now has a team-wide 2 attack, 3 turn damage cut, 1000 damage cut, and his NP damage up buff for the team is now 3 turns, and that's 20%. The nice thing about those both lasting multiple turns is if you need to cast one and not the other one will stick around. So if you need to do the damage cut, but you're not going to NP until next turn or even the turn after, it's still there. It's also good because he gives himself an NP damage buff and his teammates, and they might be NPing on rotating turns or something. So that's pretty useful. The damage cut is not enough of a support for him to be a dedicated support by any means, but it does allow him to work with a proper support, and it can be a nice extra bonus. His other 2 skills ultimately are a little vanilla, but he's got a debuff clear, which is nice. When there are debuffs, you're never going to complain about that. But there's also times you won't really need it, but it does come with a 2000 heal. And then he's got Proof of Friendship, the meme skill. It's got an 80% chance to drain the enemy's NP gauge and an 80% chance to stun. I really wish they'd make these 100%. I don't think that'd be overpowered at all, and then that'd be kind of his shtick. Especially when you've got Medusa out there that has a more reliable stun. We'll talk about her later, though. So the issue is the second skill's unreliable, and you may not need the debuff clear, so he really only has his first skill as a reliable skill, and it's a decent enough skill, and it combos well with his NP, but this is very vanilla. So damage up skill, upgraded NP, his NP ignores defense, it puts a defense down on them, and he doesn't have a battery or good NP gain particularly. He's only got the 1 art card. So although he's got the damage to do all right if you need an AoE Lancer, it may take so long to get that damage, or you might have to sacrifice so much support from the teammates that you'd be better off supporting something else instead. And this is an issue I have noticed with the AoE Lancers, is that even when the situation calls for them, they don't have enough raw value to really be worth bringing even over the single target Lancers that are being mismatched to the stage, because the single target ones just have a lot more base value than they do. But as is, I do think he is B tier, much like Antonio. I don't think he's quite to B+. It's pretty rare that you actually need to use him. If you really need AoE, you're probably going to end up using Darius or something instead, or just a single target people. But he does have an okay toolkit. If you do like him, he is certainly workable. He does work well with the Buster budget supports out there. I forgot to mention he's a Buster NP. And one more thing that I probably should have mentioned sooner. Hector's a good example of why I don't like them giving NP batteries to every unit under the sun almost randomly. A lot of units they've buffed or new units they've made that have batteries don't really deserve them. And what I mean by that is the rest of their toolkit is good enough that they've got something going for them anyway. And then you have units like Hector that are really vanilla, but they're aimed at least somewhat big damage. So it's fair for them to have an NP battery to compensate for the rest of their kit being lackluster. So it's frustrating because if Hector ever gets a battery, people I think are going to be very, oh, it's another battery. They're going to roll their eyes at it, where he actually needs it. I think Taiga is another example of that, where she really needs a battery because she's so burst-oriented. Anyway, let's move on to Romulus now. This one's a little tricky to talk about. We obviously need to compare him to Hector. So where Hector has the upgraded NP and the 20% NP damage up, Romulus does not have an upgraded NP, and he's got a 30% Buster up, so right now he's actually behind on damage. However, if you land his Imperial Privilege skill, he can actually have more damage than Hector because it gives him a whopping 44% attack buff. It's just a 60% chance to actually proc. You can give him the buff success chance command code if you happen to have it, and that can up it to 80%, which is a big bonus, but you may or may not have it. So, and it's just random. There's no way around it. It's random. If he lands the Imperial Privilege, it really makes him a lot stronger. If he doesn't, it makes him a lot weaker. It's very noticeable. However, Romulus has a battery skill, 20%, and with the new coin system, that's another 20%. So there's a 40% battery. That's a good number because you might just have Sakura Scope or Ilia Scope and non-limit broken, which are 60% starting NPs, and then with his 40%, there's your 100. If you do have a K Scope or a Cope Scope, then you can actually NP with just the passive, and then save his battery for the next NP. So that's quite nice. It's a noticeable upgrade from Hector in terms of how reliably you can NP. Also, his Buster up is targetable, and it comes with a one-turn Guts. One-turn Guts is pretty limited, but there's some clutch situations where you can save a key DPS with it, and it can be good. You're probably going to use it for the Buster up more times than not. It's nice that it's flexible, though, and he can use it on himself or someone else. But if you're bringing Romulus, you probably need an AoE Lancer, so you're probably going to use it on yourself. He still has the same problem, though, as Hector. I think he is better than Hector, ultimately. He's not so good that even though he's AoE, and you might need an AoE Lancer, you're still probably better off with a Berserker or a single target Lancer instead. He is really good for farming because of the battery. He normally has enough damage. If you've got Spartacus and Arash leveled, then you're fighting an Archer stage, you can have Romulus in there. His NP does have a little bonus on it where it gives a small attack up to the entire team for 3 turns. It's not massive, but you're not going to complain about that. If you have that and you get his second skill to actually proc the attack up and you do repeat NP, you can actually start getting some pretty nice damage there. So another thing, though, to talk about his second skill is it has a heal on it and a large defense up on it, 44% as well, and it lasts 3 turns. And then his first skill, the battery, also has debuff resistance for offensive debuffs and another heal, and it's a large heal, 4,000. And his Imperial Privilege skill always lands its heal. That part's not random. So he has a lot of raw healing in his kit, and if you land the defense up, he's actually pretty tanky, and then you can have the Guts for hard survival. But still, I find it very rare outside of farming that Romulus sees much use. I do think he's kind of around William Tell in usefulness. I'd give him a slight edge over William Tell because there's no other AoE Lancer really outclassing Romulus, where you obviously have Robin Hood outclassing William Tell. We'll get into that shortly. But mostly, I would suggest leveling Romulus for farming. You're not going to see a lot of reasons to use them in challenge quests or the main story, but not a bad option to have. Alright, sticking with AoE units, let's talk about Fergus. Although, much like Antonio, he has an AoE NP, but his toolkit is very single target focused with normal card damage. He has been buffed since the last tier list video. On his second skill, they removed the deterrent, so he no longer can block offensive effects on himself. And now he's got a 3-turn 20% Buster up, a 3-turn 50% Buster crit damage up. I really wish that was just a straightforward crit damage up, because he has a triple Buster deck, but he still has the one Quicken Art card. So it'd be nice if those could get the bonus, but it's still a good skill. And then it also comes with a 3-turn 25% defense up, and that combos very well with his third skill, which also has a 3-turn 20% defense up and a 1-turn evade, 6-turn cooldown, which is the standard. The first turn of that defense up, you're probably going to whiff, so it's very standard to cast the evade, whiff the 1 turn of defense up, and then the turn after you cast the other defense up, and now you've got a 45% defense up for 2 turns and a 25% defense up for 3 turns. And then his first skill is a decently large 30% attack up for 3 turns. That combos very well with the Buster up and the crit up, so he's Buster crits are getting all of the buff types all in one place, and that's really nice. It's very self-reliant. And he also gets a 40% mental debuff resist buff for 3 turns, which is very niche, but the rest of his toolkit is good enough that it's no problem. And then his NP is upgraded, unlike Antonio's, so if he does need to do some AoE, it's pretty good damage, because he gets the Buster up, he gets the attack up, and it's got the upgrade. And it does a defense down, so if you NP into normal card damage, the defense down will also benefit all those other effects he has. And that's no joke. That is really powerful. And it's very easy to set up that in a last man standing or a solo. Fergus is very good for that, especially against Lancers, but it can work against Berserkers and even some things like class neutral or an AoE boss fight where there maybe was a Lancer that was really relevant to than other classes. He's very good for cleaning that kind of thing up. He's soloed some challenge quests that honestly surprised me, like the Maze Event challenge quest. You wouldn't think he could do that, especially back then before his buff, but he can. So very practical in that sense, much like COOOL. A little bit more limited though, because he is an AoE NP within normal card focus, but there are some boss fights that very much incentivize that kind of hybrid toolkit where you mostly are doing normal card damage and single target damage as such, but then you want some AoE on the side. There's been several boss fights like that, like the Moriarty Phantom Thief challenge quest, for example, or that Maze Event challenge quest we were just talking about, and he is very good for that stuff, and he is just good as a generic beat stick against Lancer bosses, very much so. No battery in his kit, no NP gain in his kit, only 1 art card. That 1 art card does have very good charge on it, especially if you can set it up to crit. So in the right context, you can burst get one of his NPs, but you're not going to be reliably NPing on this guy. It's just not going to work that way unless you're using like Double Waver or Veach and Oberim and things like that. But like I said, very good beat stick, very good survivability, honestly excellent survivability, scales very well with Grails. More health will mean the defense up has more to damage mitigation it can do, and those extra turns can get your cooldowns back, and that buys you even more time. However, the being AoE and then mixture of single target is not good for a lot of general gameplay. It's good from time to time. However, he's not the go-to saber for most content when you're fighting a Lancer boss, but there's certainly a lot of value in this unit that I think people overlook. And I'm gonna put him in top A tier, almost A+. I think it's arguable that he's A+. The main reason he's A is because this list is more from a free-to-play perspective, and he is a little wonky in that circumstance. Now, that sounds harsher than it really is. It's just like Proto-Coup, for example, is a lot more straightforward. He's got a normal card kit with a single target NP that syncs up very well, that kind of thing. But Fergus ultimately is still very, very tanky and has very good normal card damage. All right, let's talk about the rest of the sabers. We'll start with Bedivere. His first skill has been buffed since the last tier list video. His NP damage up, which is 20%, now lasts 3 turns, so it's easier to use. And he gives the entire team a 30% NP gain buff. And he still has his third skill with the team-wide defense buff and debuff resistance, 50%. The defense up is 30%, so he's got good backup support if he's working with Chen Gong or MASH. And you'll work with Chen Gong a lot because Bedivere is a Buster unit. And then he has a 30% battery on his second skill. And his second skill is a 30% battery. If you have coins for Bedivere, and you get the 20% starting NP passive, that's 50%. So he's like Billy the Kid, where he can just show up, do a bunch of battery, NP immediately without needing help from the team. But unlike Billy the Kid, he does loads of damage with that NP, and then he can still do the team support. And you get anti-Berserker on his third passive, so he can absolutely slaughter Berserkers. And because he gets his NP so quickly, even if the Berserker kills him fairly quickly, he'll get his damage off before dying. His NP has been upgraded. It's Buster. He gives himself a 30% Buster up before NP damage every time. This is nice because if you do repeat NP with him, you're just consistently getting high damage out of him. So very simple unit. He shows up, gives some nice team support, gets his NP very easily, does massive damage. That's exactly what you want out of a boss killer. He has the bonus with the anti-berserker. I'm going to put him in A+. He's not quite as reliable as Ushi and Hunterface because he doesn't have hard survivability, but he's still extremely good, extremely high damage, very straightforward, easy to use. I will say, if your Bedivere is only NP1 from the Camelot copy that you get, and you don't have his coins for his passive, I'd probably put him in a B+, because he's still very good. He still shows up in NPs quickly and does decent damage, but it is significantly less value. But I'm going to rate him as though he is NP5, and I think A+ is fair. Let's talk about Bedivere's main competition, Caesar, who is ultimately easier to get because he is an FP summon. Like Bedivere, he has an upgraded NP, but he is quick, so he has less budget supports to work with. Although I will say the kind of unit he is does work very well with the burst style of support Scatty gives you. So if you can summon a friend Scatty, it definitely works well with him. Caesar's first skill is an NP damage up 18% for the entire team, only one turn, so this is inferior to Bedivere's in every way. But Caesar has a lot of damage up in his kit that comes together to give him outrageously high damage. His second skill is attack up for the entire team, only 16%, 3 turns, so also very vanilla and on its own, not very impressive. And then his third skill is a targetable 3-turn crit damage up 40%, and then star generation up 100%. And because this is targetable, you can actually give it to all kinds of units, like Darius with a Buster NP and a high hit count, and it'll make a ridiculous amount of stars. There's a lot of low stars that have personal star generation ups, but they don't have high hit counts, so it doesn't amount to much. But because Caesar's is targetable, you can turn all kinds of units into star generator machines. This is true for Shakespeare as well, which I think I forgot to mention. It's also noteworthy that Caesar has an 8% quick up from his passive. So on its own, that quick up, the attack up, the NP up are not that big of numbers, but when you combine them with his NP, which is upgraded, so it has the higher base damage, and it has the effect of an 80% chance to apply a 10% attack up. If it succeeds, it will do that again up to 5 times. If it ever fails though, he'll stop getting the buffs. But because it's an 80% chance by default, if you have the buff success chance command code, it will work for all 5 buffs and it will guarantee land them all. Also, if he's at 50 or 40% HP, the buffs are also guaranteed. So those two things combined make it pretty reliable. And even if you don't land every single buff, you'll still get a lot of damage up. It applies for the whole turn, so it also affects normal card damage after the NP. And then you have those other damage up abilities from his base toolkit. So he actually has some of the highest NP damage you can get out of a 1 to 3 star. It is very practical when you actually have to fight at class neutral for some boss fights. He's one of the better nukers available. His NP also makes a few stars when you use it, which on its own isn't that great, but the hit count on the NP is really high, so you end up making a decent amount of stars, and you probably will crit on the following turn. He does get his NP slower than Bedivere because his default gain rate is not that great. He doesn't have an NP gain skill or a battery skill like Bedivere does, but he does hit harder than Bedivere. So higher damage, less survivability, and is slower, but the peak burst is higher. I think ultimately he's not quite as useful as Bedivere, but there are unique circumstances where you need that peak damage, so he has his uses. Just not quite as often as Bedivere, but he's still more than good enough for most content. I think he also is a plus tier, just not as high as Bedivere. Alright, I've kind of been dreading talking about this bit because it's kind of complicated and convoluted. Let's start with Medusa. So why this is complicated is because there's a lot of comparisons with the AoE writers, and then you have to bring in Blackbeard, which is kind of rare. If you notice, I haven't actually mentioned the 1 to 2 stars much because the 3 stars generally stomp them. But Blackbeard's really good with his decent NP damage, his nice hard survivability with the guts that you can generally double cast. But let's just take this one step at a time. Medusa's first skill is Petrify, not Stun, and that's actually noteworthy because there are several bosses that have hidden passives that increase their resistance to Charm and Stun, and sometimes even make them immune to them, where that does not work on Petrify. So that's certainly a nice bonus to have. It's just better than stun in every way. It's a 100% chance to proc. However, I find Medusa is not good enough that you would want to bring her just for the stun if you didn't already need an AoE Rider. Now, if you need an AoE Rider, it's nice to have the stun as a bonus, certainly, but there's really no circumstance you're going to bring her just for that. There are just better options for that kind of thing. Then she's got a 30% attack up for 2 turns, which is nice because you can crit into NP or NP into crit, and 30% is a respectable number. And then she has a 20% battery skill that also increases her NP generation rate for 3 turns by 30%. This is very useful for her because her NP gain rate is not that good. But with the skill up, her art cards do decently well. She also has the pass of riding A+, which not only lets her ride a bicycle like an absolute champion, but it's an 11% quick up that combines with that attack up she already has, and then her quick NP, which is also upgraded. And like I've said, upgraded quick NPs hit the hardest, and when you combine that with her other damage abilities, she's a surprisingly hard-hitting AoE 3-star, and she also will give herself star rate up, which that's not that great because her hit counts are meh. But she does do crit damage down, and as we've talked about many times, that is always a really good thing to have. So stun, nice utility, although you're not going to bring her just for that. You need to already want an AoE Rider. Then she does do pretty good damage. She can get her NP pretty easily with a lot of craft essence combos because of her battery skill, and you could have her passive. She's got that 40% from her own toolkit, so that means you can have a non-limit broken Sakura scope or Ilioscope and NP right away. That's good. Very good for farming because of that. She gets to work with Scatty and those kinds of things, and that's fine. However, there are some real drawbacks here. Her repeat NP ability is not that great. Her NP only has a 1 hit count, so you're not going to get much refund off of it. Her base gain rate is fairly low. She's very reliant on her battery skill. Once that's gone, she's kind of screwed, and it's hard for her to live a long time if you're looking for multiple NPs out of her anyway, because she doesn't have hard survivability. Those are very noteworthy drawbacks in Challenge Quest content. Not an issue for farming, but this is not a farming tier list. So with her comparison to Blackbeard, Blackbeard has comparable damage to her, has some team support, and he actually has hard survivability. However, he gets his NP even slower than she does. He has no battery skills, no NP gain skills. His default numbers are terrible. Buster NPs don't refund themselves at all. However, they work with different supports, obviously. But Medusa is quick, which doesn't have dedicated supports for low stars, but you have Scatty you can work with. Where Blackbeard and even Columbus, which we'll talk about in a second, they get to work with Buster, which has Chen Gong and such. So it's a bit more favored. That being said, she is good enough to do what you need an AoE Rider to do a lot of the time. But I have found she's a pretty rare pick in terms of raw practicality. I think she is better than Hector, for example, because she does have a battery, she does have good damage, and the stun is way more reliable than Hector's. So I do rate her higher than him, absolutely. But still, I think she could use... But still, I think B+ is about as far as she's going to go. I think the stun is enough utility, though, to put her ahead of William Tell. I think she's very comparable to Romulus. I think I'm going to put her ahead of Romulus, though, because I think for Romulus to actually do better than her, he's got to deal with the RNG, and that kind of being unreliable like that is certainly not a positive, so I do think it's fair to put her a little bit ahead. All right, now let's talk about Columbus, who is even more comparable to Blackbeard because they're both Buster AoE Riders. Like Blackbeard, he's got a 1-turn NP damage up for himself and his team. That comes with an attack up as well. The fact that it's 1 turn is definitely limiting, as we've talked about, but it's not that hard to sync it up where you want to, and it is a decent amount of damage up, so it's definitely nice to have. He then has a 3-turn Guts, which is not the longest Guts out there, but it's generally enough to make sure he lives long enough to do what you need him to do. And it comes with a 30% battery, so 10% more than Medusa. And that 10% is that will not always matter, but it can, because when combined with the 20% passive, which can be difficult to get for Columbus because he is story locked, it does give him that 50% battery, so you can have a damage up craft essence with 50% battery and NP right away, and the survivability doesn't hurt. However, the NP difference between the two of them will not always matter. But then he also gets a 3-turn Buster up, which will help his NP and his normal cards, and that matters because he gives himself an attack buff and 15 stars. And like we talked about earlier, he's got an attack buff, so he can actually do some decent normal card damage with all that. And then his NP is also upgraded, and it was one of the only other NPs that I can think of that has such a large crit down like 100 face. It's 50% just like 100 faces is for 3 turns. He is not nearly as good as 100 face though for keeping crit damage up. You can do it in a burst, but he's not going to live nearly as long as 100 face will in an equivalent circumstance, and he's Buster, not Art. So unless you've got a disgustingly strong account, you're not really going to have great uptime on the crit down, but it's still good. 50% crit down for all enemies is still fantastic. So on paper, he has a lot of damage because he's got an upgraded NP, he's got an attack up, he's got an NP up, he's got a Buster up. But his default attack stat is not that great. He still gets acceptable NP damage, but it is not but it is noticeable with his attack stat being lower like that. So Blackbeard has the most survivability out of the 3 because he can preemptively cast his Guts and it lasts forever, and then he can just cast it again. All 3 of them have fairly close damage, but Columbus will fall behind, especially on repeat NPs and on normal card damage just because of his lower attack stat. But Columbus has the better battery, and the Star Bomb is absolutely nice, where Medusa has the unique utility with the stun and has pretty consistent high damage, I would say. But I think I do have to give a very slight nod to Columbus over Medusa, simply because we are talking about challenge quests, and from a more free-to-play perspective, it's good to have a hard survivability skill with the Guts, and he gets to work with Buster supports, which is just unfortunately for Medusa is just an advantage right now because Chen Gong doesn't have a quick equivalent, and although the Scatty exists, Buster has Merlin and Veach and Oberyn and so on and so forth. So Buster is just better, hard survival is good, but it's not a huge victory, I would say, for Columbus. They're very, very comparable, but yeah, I do think it's only fair to give Columbus the nod here. Alright, I did not forget about him, I just didn't mention him before because there wasn't much reason to, but he is also an AoE writer. It is Red Hair. Like Columbus, he has a rather low attack stat. He is quick, so he is directly comparable with Medusa. He doesn't have a battery like Medusa does. However, he does have hard survivability. He's got an evade for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown, which is quite rare. He's also one of the very few budget units that has Pierce and Vulnerability. That'd be a lot more useful if he was single target, in my opinion. Generally, if you need Pierce and Vulnerability, it's not for AoE stages, let alone an AoE stage for a writer. If it is an AoE stage, it's probably going to be other classes, so he's not so strong that you're going to brute force like class neutral. Absolutely not. He needs to be counterclassing. Skill also comes though with a chance to give him Star Absorb 80%. His 3rd skill has a crit buff, 3 attacks or 5 turns. It's also an attack buff for 3 attacks or 5 turns, which is pretty limiting. It's hard to get more than 1 turn of value out of that. It's essentially a 1-turn attack buff because you're pretty much but you might be able to get like 1 crit out of him in a team setting and then not attack with him for the rest of that turn, and then the next turn you NP and maybe attack again. So you can get more out of it, but it's certainly not as easy to use as Medusa's attack up. It's also 10% weaker. And then his 1st skill is a 30% crit buff, 30% quick buff, which is the same 3 attacks, 5 turns, same detriment there. And then a star rate up with the same 3 attacks, 5 turns. So not that great, to be honest. The limit, I really wish those effects just lasted 3 turns. That would help him. It wouldn't fix him by any means, though. His damage is noticeably low, and it's because his NP is not upgraded. He's got an okay amount of damage up skills, but those are mostly just competing with the other writers with their damage up skills, but then they have upgraded NPs, so he's just behind, and that's extra bad because of his low attack stat. It's like if Columbus didn't have an upgraded NP, that would hurt him a lot. If there is one good thing about Red Hair, now Red Hair is also story locked, so you're gonna have a harder time getting his coins and whatnot, but if you do have his coins, he gets anti-berserker, which the other AoE writers do not. And if you do need that Pearson vulnerability, maybe you're fighting multiple bosses, one's a caster, one's a berserker, and then maybe one's a whatever class that he's neutral against, and there is some kind of gimmick where you need Pearson vulnerability, he can mess up that caster and berserker quite well with all these damage up skills and the Pearson vulnerability, but that's a narrow slice. That's a very, very niche. His NP, though, does come with Armor Ignore, so he's very likely to get that damage in. The NP also has Skill Seal on it, and it's RNG, which I'm not a fan of. Skill Seals on NPs, I think, are kind of bad. If he gets an NP buff, with maybe like a quick up before NP damage or something like that, I think he'll skyrocket. But as is, I think he is around Hector in usefulness. He's not terrible. It's easy to exaggerate and be like, oh, he's so useless, he doesn't do enough damage. But there is useful things here, so I think B tier is fair for him. And now the last AoE writer, although you won't really use him for that specifically, Alexander. Now, where I said before, I had said that Medusa, you're not going to bring her just for her stun if you didn't need an AoE writer specifically. Alexander, you will bring regardless of his class. And instead of stun, he has a charm that works on anything that's humanoid, so the male-female doesn't matter. And it removes the target's buffs. And that right there is the main reason to use him. Unlike Medea, he can show up and just click the button, instantly removing their buffs. He also has a team-wide attack up for 16% and a team-wide quick up for 20%. Both are 3 turns. He is the only thing even resembling a quick support for low stars, but he's not a dedicated quick support. He's nothing compared to Mozart for art or Chen Gong for Buster. If you don't need Alex's buff removal, well, there's no reason to bring him just to support a quick DPS. The one exception to that might be if you are fighting a caster and you're using Ushi. It's not bad to bring Alex as well, because he's also counterclassing the boss and also supporting the quick DPS. His comparison to Medea, I have found myself using Alex more. Sometimes you need both, though. There are boss fights like the Proto-Beast fight with Veach in Lost Belt 5, where you need buff removal on the first health bar and then buff removal on the last health bar. So there's sometimes reasons to use both. But overall, I think it just being on the skill, being able to use it really easily like that, not needing to do an NP, and then having some team support while you're at it, I have found that to be overall more useful. But if you're fighting an assassin boss that you want to remove buffs from, Medea is definitely better. If you're fighting a caster boss that you want buffs removed for, Alex is better. I'd like to say if you're fighting a writer boss, you would want to use Phantom of the Opera, but it's probably still Alex in that situation. His NP is also upgraded and it makes stars. It does decent damage, but he has no battery or anything like that, so he's a lot slower to get his NP than a lot of the other units. I think the right place to put him is A tier. He is incredibly useful when his niche comes up, but when his niche is not up, there's not much reason to use him. Next up is Mephisto, who is very similar to Alex in that he is an AoE caster, but you don't really bring him for that specifically. Although just like Alex, he does have some damage up and an upgraded NP, so he does do acceptable damage. The main reason, though, to bring Mephisto is his third skill, which targets one enemy and puts an unlimited duration debuff on them that will block their buffs 3 times. If they use a skill that casts multiple effects at once, it will only consume 1 charge. For some bosses, by the time they use 3 effects, you'll actually be able to cast it again. This skill is much better than Skill Seal because the enemy will still take the action of casting a skill without getting the effect of it, so they won't attack you instead. Also, its unique timing allows it to work against things like Lion King's Noble Phantasm that applies Pierce and Vulnerability during the Noble Phantasm. This will block it, so you could still survive it with typical survivability abilities. And then his second skill was buffed, which gives him a 3-turn 30% attack up, which is pretty decent. It also makes 9 stars per turn, which on its own is not that great, but when combined with other star gen abilities, it can definitely add up. And then he has a very rare niche of putting heal down on the target for also 3 turns. That really hasn't been useful as of yet, but maybe someday. And then he has an NP drain, but only an 80% chance for it to work, which is kind of annoying. So there's not a lot to say here. He's okay AoE damage, definitely inferior to Babbage and Casterku, but an extremely strong utility with his buff block. But general usability is not super high because you're only going to need that buff block in very specific circumstances. But it is such a powerful niche that I will give him a very high B+, and I will rate him a bit higher than Medea because he's actually better at killing assassins than she is generally, and his utility is harder to replace. Alright, Mephisto's main competition is Fuma, who is an AoE assassin. His third skill also inflicts buff block, but only 1 time, however it is AoE. In the main story, you're mostly fighting 1 major enemy, so if you need buff block, Mephisto is better for that, but a lot of challenge quests these days are against multiple targets, so this can be really good for that. Although because it only buff blocks 1 time, it is harder to hit that key skill you're trying to get, where the enemy might throw out some filler skill that removes the debuff. But it's still a nice niche to have, and Unlike Mephisto, who you really only bring for the buff block, Fuma has a lot of base value beyond that. He's a decently competent AoE assassin. He doesn't have a battery to get his NP quickly or anything like that, but he has decent gain rate. His NP is upgraded and inflicts a defense down. His third skill also does a defense down, and together there are 40% damage up for the team for 3 turns. That's rather nice. His second skill is very unique, and that is a targeted evade, so he can use it on himself and just be a typical AoE damage-dealing assassin. He's got good star generation, good hit counts. But he can also target someone else with it to keep a key unit alive. That can be the whole reason to bring him. It's very good. It also gives a star generation up to whoever he targets, and if they're NPing that turn, it'll generally result in a lot of stars. And then his first skill is mostly just a bonus, but it's a 10% attack down for 3 turns, and a 20% crit down for 3 turns. It's a nice little safety net to help keep the team alive. So he's a solid damage dealer on his own, but he's got really nice utility that's very flexible in a lot of situations, and the targeted evade is so unique. It's really nice to have him leveled just for that. I will give him a solid A tier. He's very useful pretty often, but he's not as much of a staple as some of the units higher on this list, but very good nonetheless. And one thing I forgot to mention is he does have high hit counts and a triple quick deck. He's one of the only low stars that can generate good stars the old-fashioned way. Generally speaking these days though, you still just use star gen per turn, but it's another bonus while he's there. Alright, now Lu Bu, a single target berserker. Triple buster deck, buster NP. Unfortunately, it's not upgraded, which I really think it should be. He's outclassed by Mori in almost all areas. The one area he could get ahead is the NP, but the fact that his is not upgraded means even if you're rushing an NP turn 1, it's not that much better than Mori's. But let's talk about his kit. He's got a 3-turn attack up, 27%, also has mental debuff resistance on it for 3 turns. And then his second skill is a 25% defense up, and it gives him a debuff where there's a 50% chance for offensive effects that are applied to him to fail. So you need to cast this last, which is not very hard to do. He's a pretty straightforward berserker. And then his third skill is he debuffs his teammates with a 20% defense down, which is not ideal, and it gives him a star absorb up and NP up for 1 turn, 30%. When you combine his attack up and his NP up, it is a decent amount of damage, especially if you can follow it with a crit after that. His NP also has a slight stun chance, but it's very unreliable unless you overcharge it a lot. So he is very simple, but he does do what you need a berserker to do, and he is in the FP summon where Mori is not. But there's nothing exceptional in his toolkit, and as we'll talk about next, Mori basically does everything he does, but better. The one advantage Lu Bu has is if all you need is to show up and do an NP, and you're not going to be worrying about normal card damage, Lu Bu is a little bit better, but it's a pretty small difference. But because he does the things you need a single target berserker to do, like killing rulers or avengers, he does get a solid B tier. But he has been a bit left behind by the current content, I would say. Now let's talk about Lu Bu's very direct competition, Mori. Also a single target berserker. He has a double art deck and a double buster deck though, which I would say works out pretty well for him because he has good synergy with Mozart. You want to do crits, Mozart enables crits. You get the art up with Mozart, which makes these art cards crit and make a lot of NP gain to let you go right into your NP. So he pretty much does crits into NP into crits. So he's a lot more normal card focused than Lu Bu is. However, his NP is almost exactly the same as Lu Bu's. It's not upgraded, it's buster. It also has armor ignore. However, it has the extra effect of having pierce and vulnerability, although that normally doesn't apply, and I'll explain that in a second here. Mori's third skill is star absorption, and if he dies within 3 turns, he'll make 20 stars, which is good. It's very common to use berserkers to open up a fight and pick up and destroy a health bar or take out a specific boss and then cycle into another DPS. So when he's about to die, you can use this and have the next DPS come in, get some crits. It's not the strongest skill though. His second skill has been buffed. It is a 3-turn buff that anytime he attacks, he will give himself an attack buff for 3 turns. Before, the attack buff would only last for 3 attacks, where now it just lasts for the 3 turns. It's 15% up each stack, which is good. It's not that different from before it was buffed though, because you normally wouldn't be brave chaining so often to exhaust the attack charges. but it's still a nice quality of life change. However, this skill, anytime he attacks, he'll put a defense down on himself, and that is one other small area that he's worse than Lu Bu. Lu Bu gives himself a defense up, Mori gives himself a bunch of defense downs. Those two things combined does make it harder to protect Mori, but protecting Mori is normally worthwhile due to the amount of damage he can do in comparison to Lu Bu. And his first skill, which is the main reason to use him, gives him a 3-turn 100% crit damage up. Skills like this are normally only 1 turn, so it's very powerful. And if you can have multiple star bombs like Mozart and then maybe the Mystic Code with star bomb, you can get multiple turns with critting. It also gives him 100% all debuff resist up for 3 turns, which is also extremely good. However, it has the deterrent that it reduces buff success chance on himself after casting it by 100%. The Mystic Code buff effects are 500%, so those will all work on him anyway, and that's very important. But any other buffs need to be applied before you use this skill. He has great synergy with Chen Gong. Chen Gong's buffs only last 1 turn, so you cast those before this. However, this does normally mean he will crit into getting his NP, and then when he goes to use his NP, the Piercing Vulnerability will fail. If you really need the Piercing Vulnerability, though, you can change the skill order around, do the NP first, then go for the crits later. However, if you're cycling units to protect Mori, like taunts, and a new unit comes in who could also have buffs for Mori, they won't be able to buff him, and that is definitely a deterrent. Overall, though, he's basically Lu Bu, but has better normal card damage, but less survivability. But generally, you're going to have to protect either one of them because they are berserkers, and it's not like Lu Bu is that tanky. So you're going to be protecting them anyway, and Mori just gets more done while you're protecting him. As such, he is higher on the list. I'll give him a solid A tier. He's extremely good when you do need a single target berserker, but there are a lot of situations where his lack of survivability is a huge problem, and you can't always afford to bring a team that can protect him. So he's not quite a staple low star character, but he is very good. Alright, very direct competition for 100 Face Hassan. Izo is also a single target art assassin. He is limited. He's also been buffed since the last tier list video. His first skill has plus 100% damage to humanoid. Humanoid is very common, almost all servants have it. He also gives himself a 30% crit buff, only for 1 turn, but it's a decent bonus. I will say, this damage plus is so high that he's essentially counterclassing any servant. However, he still will die a lot faster than a proper unit counterclassing, and it's only for 1 turn. So if you're fighting something vanilla like an archer, there's no reason to use him instead of a proper lancer. So he's mostly just applying this to berserkers and riders, but then he's doing absolutely massive damage to those. And he can be very effective when you have to fight a class neutral against things like Avenger. His second skill is an evade, 6-turn cooldown, and a 32% crit buff. This one lasts 3 turns. If you can sync those two up, you can get some decent crit damage out of him. And then his third skill is just a vanilla star absorb, which on its own isn't too strong, but it does allow him to get an art crit at a key time to help him get his NP again. Or just get it the initial time, either way. And his NP is also upgraded. It gives him star rate up, and it was buffed to have bonus damage against the man attribute, which it's not male. There's just certain servants that have the man attribute. Fairly common. So if you are fighting an enemy that's a servant and happens to be man, and then you get your humanoid damage, he can do some of the highest burst damage out of all the low stars in the game. He doesn't repeat NP as easily as 100 Face, but he does have better peak damage, where she has better consistent damage. She also has significantly better survivability and team utility. He still does everything you need out of an assassin that's designed to kill bosses. I will say sometimes his burst damage is actually overkill with the way break bars work, but sometimes there's fights that it's very hard to get your damage in, and having that crazy high damage is good. So he is an extremely good low star. I will rate him as a very high A+, but I do think because 100 Face has better consistency and better survivability and the team utility, I do think she's still ahead, but he has his uses with how bursty he is. You can also use them together. Her art resist down will actually buff his NP, and they benefit from the same supports, and they're counterclassing the same enemies. All right, now let's talk about Hassan of Serenity, who unfortunately for her is also a single target art assassin. And why I say that's unfortunate is if she was at least a different card color, she could work with different supports. And so let's say she was Buster. If you happen to have your own Merlin or something like that, you're favoring leveling up Buster servants, you might want to use her. But now she's going to be used in the same kind of situations you would use Izo and 100 Face, and they are just way better than her because although she has comparable damage, she has no survivability, and her utility is not nearly good enough to keep up with 100 Face's massive crit down or to compensate for that lack of survivability. Her first skill is an NP drain and a 20% crit down, which is nice to have, but it's a long cooldown even at max rank at 7 turns, where 100 Face is going to be keeping her NP up consistently and you'll almost never lose the crit down. She's only going to have the crit down at the start and you may never cast it again. Her second skill is poison, and then it also increases poison damage taken, both for 5 turns, which is pretty good. And then she has a 15 star bomb with that. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, so that's actually quite excellent. And then her third skill is insta kill up, which is pointless, but also comes with debuff success chance up, so it's easier to land those poisons. And she will apply poison with her art cards for 3 turns, and that poison gets multiplied by the second skill, so that is decent. And one real bonus for her is she does have anti-berserker damage on her third passive. I don't think it's worth leveling her just for that because you have so many better berserker killers out there, but if you like Serenity, it is certainly a nice bonus to have. It is hard for her to survive against berserkers though due to her lack of survivability. She also has an upgraded NP which does poison for 5 turns as well, and that gets multiplied by the second skill again. She has a 40% chance to skill seal and a 40% chance to NP seal. I actually think those are negatives because they can mess up your survival timing, and the skill seal can make the boss hit you a lot more. But it's still good damage, and she gets an art up with her third skill. I think I forgot to mention that. So she has an art up and an upgraded NP. She'll do okay damage, and her NP gain is decent with the star bomb helping her art cards crit. And her poison is not going to carry any fights on its own, but it is a legitimate amount of bonus damage over the course of a fight. It'll normally generate enough damage to at least equal out an extra NP, and if you happen to have a Shootin' or something like that to work with who's also a strong assassin, you can actually get a lot done with the poison. I don't think it makes her better than 100 Face, but it is a legitimately good part of her toolkit. So good damage, okay utility, nice poison bonus, but the lack of survivability is a really large deterrent for a boss killing type unit. But I think she still deserves a pretty high A tier because although she's outclassed, she isn't bad. She performs very well. If you do like her and want to make her your main assassin, you just need to level up units to compensate for her lack of survivability, and things will still go well enough. Okay, we are almost done with this tier list. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We will talk about Robin now because we're talking about so many single target art units. I think this is fair. Robin used to be the go-to archer. Now, I think that he's dropped off a bit because he hasn't been buffed and a lot of other units have, and David has this universal team support value, and then David also does pretty good damage. Generally, not as good as a damage dealer as Robin. Robin does not have an upgraded NP where David does, but David doesn't repeat NP worth a damn, where Robin can repeat NP very easily, actually crazy easily, even on very simplistic teams. And although Robin does not have an upgraded NP, he has a special bonus that gives him huge bonus damage on his NP, but we will talk about that in a moment. Okay, so Robin has a typical evade with the 6-turn cooldown, which is always good to have. Almost all the top damage dealers you can see have hard survivability. It's never bad to have that. And then he has a star bomb with it, which is a little awkward because when you might want the star bomb is not necessarily going to be when you want the evade. But you can just decide in the boss fight it's better to focus on the star bomb or focus on the evade and just hope the other ability works out at that timing. I find it's better to focus on the evade for when you need the evade and see the star bomb as a bonus. It's easy enough to get crits when you're working with Mozart and things like that, or Hans, so it's not too big of a deal. And then his second skill is just a vanilla NP gain up, but it works very well with his toolkit. With him being art, having NP gain makes it easier to loop. And with him having that star bomb, that can allow you to crit. If you get an art crit and an NP gain up skill, that is a lot of refund. And then his first skill is a attack down for all enemies, which on its own is not that great, but as I've said many times, when combined with MASH or something like that, it can add up and definitely help the team stabilize. And then he has poison, which he applies to all enemies. And if the enemy is poisoned, his NP will do a massive amount of bonus damage. It absolutely compensates for him not having an upgraded NP, but the competition out there has just gotten steeper. The average NP damage of the other budget units has gone up, and Robin's hasn't changed. So he's not as good as he used to be because of that. However, he still has the basics of what you need. So Caesar, for example, has outrageously high NP damage, but Caesar has no hard survivability, where Robin does. And then Robin's got the Star Bomb and all that as well. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Robin is not consistent because Robin needs the poison to get the good NP damage, and enemies can have magic resist. And although that is true, there are plenty of bosses that don't have magic resist or it's really low. There are plenty of sabers that aren't servants that don't have magic resist. Also, we now have command codes, and there are many command codes that apply poison. There are several that, I think there's 2 now that you can get. Even if you started playing the game tomorrow and you missed all the events, there you can get the main interlude for the maze event, and that gives you a poison command code. And I should have checked before recording this, but I think there is another command code you can get with rare prisms that also gives you poison. Either way, you can get the one from the maze event. So if you're like, hey, I'm going to really focus on Robin as my archer damage dealer, you're obviously going to go grab that poison command code, and between his skill and the command code, it is not a problem. Even against enemies with decent magic resist, it's not hard to get. I think he absolutely deserves A+. I would say even above Izo, just because I think it's even easier for him to repeat NP, and I think he has slightly better synergy with Mozart. Oh, that's about the same. And the main thing is where Izo gets disgusting is a niche, where Robin can get pretty disgusting. He doesn't really need a niche. The only thing he's bad against is debuff immunity. Editor Green again. I forgot to mention that Robin Hood's 3rd skill also has a 3-hit sure hit on it, which is just insult to injury to William Tell, whose whole thing is the sure hit. I'm pretty sure idiot past Green eventually remembered this and mentioned it during the Billy the Kid segment, so you might hear me repeat this, but I figured it was best to put this actually in the Robin Hood section. Anyway, carry on. Uriel is a little tricky to place. Throughout this tier list, most of the units that perform well enough in general gameplay and then have a good niche are B+. And then you have Asterios, who performs maybe below average in general gameplay, but then has an abnormally strong niche that is also B+, and I think that's fair. The thing about Uriel is her niche is about as strong as Asterios when her niche does come up, where she'll make the fight significantly easier. And I would say her niche comes up more than Asterios's does. However, her general gameplay is awful, and it is significantly worse than the other B+ we've talked about. So let's just go over her kit one at a time here. Her first skill, which is probably her best one, is a 27% battery. That's an awkward number, but it's still good for getting her NP quickly, which is what you want. The main reason to use her is her NP. That's where all of her damage comes from. Her second skill is a charm for males only. On its own, it's pretty vanilla. There's way better stuns and charms out there with Alexander and so on. They have secondary effects. They work on both genders or even on non-gendered enemies, where Uriel's only works on males, and this is not just females that she can't charm, it's also giant ghosts, giant boars, all kinds of monsters like Dagon and so on. There's many major boss fights where they're not charmable and they're not even female. So I would say over 50% of bosses this won't work on at all, and there also are a lot of male bosses that are debuff immune these days. It's becoming a very common gimmick they give bosses, and there's even more that have mental debuff immunity. So your ability to actually charm males has gone down quite a bit as time has gone on, and this doesn't pop up as much as it used to. But it still will work occasionally, and when it does, it combos with her NP very well. And then her third skill is just 30% art up for 3 turns. Nothing too special there. She also has a noteworthy passive, Goddess Essence. It gives her 30% debuff resistance, and she has magic resist as well, so she just has a constant 50% debuff resist up all the time. That's very good. However, it's not good enough to bring her if you're not fighting a male again. That's very important. Her third passive is Anti-Berserker, which is also very good, but same deal. If you're just fighting a Berserker that's a female or genderless, you're absolutely not going to use Uriel. David is so much better than she is in that context. He also has Anti-Berserker, and even if he didn't, he would still be better than she is. So let's move on to her NP. It does bonus damage to males, a very large amount. She does a 20% attack time for 3 turns. And then her overcharge is Charm Chance. Its default is 100%. So the idea is you NP, you do a lot of bonus damage to males, you charm, then you can use your second skill to charm again, buy time to get your NP again, then you charm again. After that, you generally fall off on repeating her NP. She doesn't have the best NP gain, but the first NP or two are generally easy enough because you got the battery and the art up and that kind of thing. So let's just get to it. When she's not fighting a male, she has no heart survivability, she has nothing special with utility, nothing special with damage. The debuff resist is nice, but that's no real reason to bring her over even William Tell, who has got the debuff immunity. Her performance against females and genderless enemies is probably the worst out of all archers in the game. I think ultimately the fair place to put her is B+, and I would say a high B+. Ultimately, you don't need her. And I have a lot of experience with this, having played a lot of accounts. You never really need Uriel, and if you're tight on the amount of characters you can level, I don't really recommend leveling her because she's only good for a very specific role, and outside of that role she's useless. Where that role, Robin Hood or David can't do as well. They keep up just fine. They do fine against male bosses, but they do significantly better than Uriel against everything else. As such, I think it'd be ridiculous to rate Uriel up there with them because she's just not consistent. A lot of people think she's amazing. They only watch videos of her when she's in her niche and it's the perfect time for her, especially a boss that's not charm immune, and they ignore all of the content that she's not useful for. And then even though she does really well against those bosses, Robin Hood and David still do really well against those bosses as well. However, there is one other thing she is good for, and that is when you are free to play, you're not necessarily going to have a foreigner or an alter ego, etc. Some of these rarer extra classes. And if you're fighting an Avenger or something like that, and it is a male, she is a nice option. She's obviously not as good as a proper counter class, but she'll do all right. And if the team can keep her alive, she can stand in as a damage dealer quite well. And that is definitely noteworthy. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about the final single target archer, Billy the Kid, a unit I like a lot. Unfortunately, his performance is middle of the road at best. Generally speaking, when Billy is grailed and Robin Hood isn't grailed, Robin Hood still does better than Billy, especially because there's a lot more art support for low stars than there is quick support. Billy is rather famous for being very crit focused, but he really isn't. He's way more about the NP and being able to show up in NP very easily without needing support from other units. However, that used to be a very rare thing. It's not that rare anymore, especially with the addition of the coin system. Now everyone can get a 20% battery, and if they have their own 30% battery, they've got a 50% right off the bat, just like Billy does, and they do a lot more damage. For example, Bedivere, if Bedivere's at neutral and Billy's at neutral, or Bedivere is fighting a Lancer and Billy is fighting a Saber, Bedivere does significantly more damage than Billy. It is a massive difference. However, the other core gameplay change is the change to quick chains and rainbow chains, and that has actually benefited units like Billy the most, his style of unit. It helps him get stars a lot and do better normal card damage consistently and those kinds of things. So Billy's got a 2nd%, 50% battery skill, lets him go into his NP very easily. His NP is upgraded, it has sure hit, and it does crit down for 3 turns, 20%, which is nothing compared to 100 face, but it's a nice bonus to have. And then he's got his 3rd skill, which is a typical evasion skill with a 3-turn, 32% crit buff, which you can use with his 1st skill, which is just the 1-turn crit buff, but it's 120%. And then he has independent action passive, which is 10%, so he gets 162% crit damage, which is really nice, but he would see a massive improvement if he had a attack buff in his toolkit, because the buffs can scale off each other, and when you have that much crit damage, you want the base attack to be higher that you're multiplying. So he's mostly there for just a standard hard survival, decent NP, the crit down, and if you get crits, that's just a bonus. And that's very similar to what a lot of the other high tiers do, but they normally got that extra oomph. For instance, Ushi's got the hard survival and the upgraded NP, and that's the core of what makes her good, but then she also has lots of good team buffs, Star Bomb, the quick up, there's just a lot more there. And Billy's, what's supposed to be there for Billy is the battery, but as I've said, that's fallen off a good bit these days. So I would say fairly low B+. I will give him at least B+, though. I do think he is higher than William Tell. because he does have a lot of the basics that you want out of the unit with this hard survivability, a decent hard-hitting NP in any context, and that kind of thing. But he's nothing special. There's not a lot of reason to use him these days. I think around Lu Bu is about right. If he got a nice attack buff or something like that, I definitely think he could go up a decent amount. But as is, I would highly recommend you focus on other archers when you're starting an account out, with the exception that if you personally have your own scatty, so you don't have to rely on the support list, and then if you do use the support list, you can have double scatty. That would definitely give you a reason to use Billy just because he's quick. I think I forgot to mention this on Robin Hood earlier. Robin Hood actually has sure hit. Alright, let's talk about Kid Gilles. He has been buffed since the last tier list video. They made his charm 100% chance instead of 75%. Now that alone has no impact on his peak performance. If he got the proc before, it's exactly the same now. Nothing really changed there. It's just consistency. The only new effect is 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Now that is useful, but like Medusa, that you're not going to bring her for her stun unless you already need an AoE writer. You are certainly not going to use Kid Gilles for 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Unless you already needed an AoE archer. That's very minor. You can synergize with Hans and such to get a decent amount of stars per turn. However, he still has no hard survivability, and I think with the way the game is these days, that's a pretty big negative for a budget unit. A lot of bosses now have pretty high damage output, a lot of AoE NPs flying around in challenge quests and things like that. And then he does give you Charisma, 21% attack up, and he gives himself a 50% NP gain buff on his 3rd skill, which he really needs because his default NP gain is not that great, honestly. However, these skills are just pretty basic for where we are in the game right now. A lot of other units have not been buffed since the last tier list video, and they've either stayed the same on the tier list or gone up because the way the game has evolved and the units that they combo with and synergize with have gotten better. So they're more useful with the way the game is. Where Kid Gilles is the opposite, I think he's gotten significantly less useful. It is very hard to justify him now. You don't really have stages where they throw like 3 saber bosses at you at the same time, so you don't really need an AoE archer much. The one good thing about his kit still, though, is he has an upgraded NP, and that works with his attack up, so you get okay damage out of it. He has a good attack stat, and his NP has a very unique overcharge effect. At default overcharge, it is 50% NP damage down to the enemy, 50% crit damage down, and 20% debuff resist down. Now, these debuffs only last 1 turn. If they even lasted 2 turns, this would be so much better, because it's pretty difficult to actually get that large NP damage down on the correct turn relative to when the enemy's NPing. And the reason for that is because Kid Gilles doesn't live very long, no hard survivability, low HP stat. He's also not worth sacrificing for. It's not worth using mashes and vulnerability on Kid Gilles, because he is AoE, and he's probably going to be at neutral in an AoE situation, at least against most of the enemies. He's not valuable enough, and that makes it very difficult to sync up his debuffs where you want them. What would make this unit way better, and it's exactly what he needs, is a battery. And as I've said several times, there's a bunch of units getting batteries out there that don't need them, but Kid Gilles needs it because he doesn't have hard survivability. If you want to get that NP at the right time, you need it to be easier to sync it up. And even if you're just going to show up to do the damage, you just want to be able to get it faster. It's exactly the kind of thing that he needs. But as is, he's just really vanilla, and the game has kind of left him behind. He used to be a very good option when you needed an AoE archer, and that's still decent enough for farming, but again, no battery. You're better off with other things like Arash. So I do think he's fallen off a good bit in recent times. So one of the few units that has been buffed, and I'd actually place lower than he was before, I'm gonna have to give him pretty low B tier because, again, I can't think of a reason to actually use him, but there is some raw value there, so it's not like he's useless. Toda. He's an AoE buster unit with some decent team support nowadays. He's been buffed since the last tier list video. He has got a 10% battery for the whole team, and because he's buster, that works well with Chen Gong, so they're both giving 10% battery to the team. He also gives the entire team 20% buster up for 3 turns, and a maximum HP up for 2,000, so essentially a heal. He also can heal himself for 2,000 with his first skill, and if you needed to heal on a turn you weren't NPing, it comes with a buster up, but the buster up lingers, so you can still use it later. And then his second skill is protection from arrows, but it's not as good as COOOL's. It's only 2 hit instead of 3 hit, and he doesn't have another survivability skill or hard survivability skill to combo with it. So significantly less survivability than what you'll see out of COOOL, but it's still good to have. It's nice to be a bit tanky and not have to babysit the unit or worry so much about them dying to an NP. His NP is also upgraded, and it has a anti-demonic niche. And what's really nice about it is because he's AoE, you might have a challenge quest where one of the enemies is a saber, and one of the other enemies is a rider, but maybe it's a demonic rider, and then maybe another enemy is a berserker. That gives him a lot more usability in AoE situations than Kid Gil, and even a lot of the other AoEs for other classes like Hector and Romulus. And not only that, but his third passive from the coin system is bonus damage to berserkers. So you've got a niche against demonic, you've got a niche against berserkers. You're probably the best AoE archer in the game right now. Also, he's a better raw AoE archer than Kid Gil is anyway, like with his buster ups and his team support and the hard survivability. I mean, there's really no comparison. He is just much better than Kid Gil. This goes for AoE service in general. I found in a lot of the modern challenge quests, the budget AoE units, because they're fighting all these different classes, they normally just don't have enough value, and they don't see a lot of play by me or other low-star content creators. And although in a more practical setting, you might be working with stronger supports, like summoning your friend's Merlin, or something like that, it does show that their raw value is lower and they're not actually needed as much. Toda does offset this better than some of the other AoE characters, though, with his niches with the anti-berserker and the anti-demonic. But it's not like you're going to be bringing this guy super often. So I think B+ is fair. He's good, and I think he's got the edge over some of these other AoE servants. But it's not like his team support is as good as Alex, where you'll bring him even if you don't need an AoE character. Alright, the final single target assassin, Benkei. She too has been buffed since the last tier list. She gets a anti-king niche on her second skill. It gives her 50% damage against kings, and a lot of things are kings that aren't technically kings. It works on queens and emperors and a lot of stuff like that. It's essentially a leader trait. 50% damage is nice, but it's not enough of a niche that you'd want to use her against kings that aren't riders or berserkers. And that's pretty relevant because it's not actually going to come up that much when you think about it, but it is nice to have. They also give her a buff where when she attacks with a quick card, she will apply defense down for 3 turns, 10%. That can add up, that's nice. And then she has her 50% Sergeant up as well, which it was 30% before. Her third skill is a 30% quick up for only 1 turn, unfortunately, and then a 50% crit buff, also only for 1 turn. And then her first skill is Star Absorb and a 15 Star Bomb, which does allow her to crit on her NP turn when she's already got the other buffs up and the crit buff. So you can have the quick up for the NP and the crit buff to go with the normal card damage. And she's a quick unit, so she benefits from the changes to the core combat system a lot, but there is still no quick budget support. Then her NP is upgraded, and it does make a Star Bomb, 20 stars when she uses the NP. More if it's overcharged, and that's nice. It is decent damage. However, she hurts herself for 1,000 damage when she does it, and if she's not grailed, that's actually pretty significant, and it can result in her exploding very quickly. And she has nothing to offset that. No heal, no defense up, no hard survivability. And that's the real problem with her. Quick is not as supported as Art in general, but especially not for low stars, where her obvious competition is 100 Face and Ezo, which are Art and have proper support, and then they have hard survivability and she doesn't. And although she has decent burst damage, Ezo's is better, and the consistent damage on 100 Face is much better. The truth is, there is not a single reason to use her. It's a real shame that her quick up and her crit up are only 1 turn. Even if they were 3 turns, though, she would still be way behind her competition. So, although she is good enough to do some boss killing, the lack of survivability is a real problem, and like the damage is just not there. So, she is going to be vanilla B tier. The final unit for the tier list, Evisibron. There is quite a lot to talk about here and a lot of different circumstances. As such, he's actually very difficult to rate. But we'll just go one step at a time. So his first skill is a personal Art up 3 turns, Buster up 3 turns, 30% each. And then his second skill is a 79.5% battery, which because of the round up at 99%, that is essentially an 80% battery. This is very relevant because with the coin system, you've got the 20% battery passive that allows him to NP immediately, no matter what craft essence he has equipped. You could do Black Grail, you could do NP charge on death, you could do a survivability, a gut CE, lots of options, and that flexibility is very good. Not only can you NP on turn 1 if you want to, and with a very high damaging craft essence, but you could also give him starting NP craft essence, don't use the battery, NP, then use the battery and go to NP again. That can be good for farming and some AoE fights. And unlike Rice Man and Kid Gil and Medusa, there are very real reasons to use a VC Brawn, even if every enemy isn't an assassin. But I will get into that in a minute. So his NP has been upgraded since the last tier list video, and not only does it have higher base damage, but now he gives himself a 20% NP damage buff before his NP damage, and so he'll apply that every time he NPs, which gives him some consistent damage, which is especially good because he can double NP with his second skill. He also gives the whole team an NP gain rate buff. It's not huge, but it's a nice bonus. You're not going to complain about it, because you need him to, you need an AoE caster generally to stand in for single target damage. And although Babbage, I would say, is a bit better at that, a VC Brawn does all right, and the double NP sometimes is exactly what you need. However, we have a VC Brawn's third skill, which is fairly complicated to talk about because it has some unique negatives, honestly. So he buffs himself for 5 turns. If he dies within 5 turns, he will give his party members a 3-hit invulnerability. If it's not rank 10, it's a 2-hit invulnerability, which is significantly worse. So you really do want that at rank 10 for those really hard boss fights. He will also heal his teammates for 2,000. It can be a complete game changer in hard boss fights. The problem is, it's a lot wonkier to activate for the normal player. He does not have a taunt. So if the enemy is a single target NP, you can't reliably get it to go into a VC Brawn. And if it's an AoE NP, that means your teammates are dead unless they have hard survivability up already, and then you can have some diminishing returns there, giving them the hard survivability. If they have invulnerability, actually, it'll no effect. There's not too many low stars that have invulnerability, but there is MASH and Babbage, so that can be an issue, especially with MASH being such a common unit. If you have Poster Girl, I would actually say a VC Brawn is an A+ tier unit, if not even encroaching on S tier, but he is ridiculously good with Poster Girl, but most people don't have it, so we are going to evaluate him without that. I would say he is still, however, a very good A tier. So that is a bit tricky. Now there are fights like Fluffy where the normal card damage from the boss is so high, you could use a VC Brawn survivability just for that, and that is very good. But his third skill is not as useful as you might think, but it's still very, very strong. It can be a complete game changer, and it's so unique that I actually recommend most people level this guy, and that's not a big ask because he's really good for farming anyway. Upgraded NP, damage up, huge battery, can double NP, those kinds of things. Alright, you mongrels. Alright, you mongrels, it's done. Making this video about killed me. That took so long. And I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing right now. And stop it. You're going down to the comment section and you're going to type some stupid, sassy comment where you're like, where's the 5-star tier list video? Where's the 4-star tier list video? Alright, look at this. Look how long this took. Look at the time index down there. It probably took you 3 fucking days to listen to all this shit. Or you just skip to the end. Either way, you look at how many servants this is and how long that took, and then we look down here at all the freaking 4 stars. Look at this. Look at this. You know how long that's gonna take? And then don't even get me started on the 5 stars. I would like to live, thank you.